The cupboard under the stairs smelled of dust and despair. 9-year-old Harry Potter sat in complete darkness, his knees drawn up to his chest, trying to make himself as small as possible in the cramped space that had served as his bedroom for as long as he could remember. The wooden stairs above creaked ominously with each heavy footstep of his Uncle Vernon, who paced back and forth in the hallway like a caged rhinoceros. 3 hours had passed since Uncle Vernon had shoved him into the cupboard and turned the lock. 3 hours since the incident with Aunt Petunia's prize-winning roses. Harry still did not understand exactly what had happened, only that one moment he had been weeding the flower beds as punishment for breathing too loudly during breakfast, and the next moment every single rose bush in the garden had burst into spectacular bloom. Perfect, vibrant flowers had unfurled in seconds, transforming the ordinary September garden into something that belonged in a fairy tale. Aunt Petunia had screamed, not her usual shriek of annoyance, but a sound of pure terror that had brought Vernon thundering out of the house, his face already purple with rage before he even saw what had caused the commotion. The neighbors had begun gathering at their windows and garden gates, drawn by the impossible sight of roses blooming out of season, their faces filled with wonder and confusion. Vernon had grabbed Harry by the back of his oversized t-shirt, one of Dudley's cast-offs that hung on Harry's thin frame like a tent, and dragged him inside while barking orders at Petunia to tell everyone the roses had been treated with some sort of special fertilizer. The lie had tumbled from her lips with practiced ease, but Harry had seen the fear in her pale eyes, fear of him, fear of what he could do. Now, sitting in the suffocating darkness, Harry traced the familiar patterns of spider webs with his fingertips along the cupboard walls. He knew every inch of this space by heart. The rough patch where Dudley had kicked the door so hard it splintered, the loose floorboard that creaked when he shifted his weight, the tiny gap near the bottom where sometimes a sliver of light crept in during the day. His stomach cramped with hunger. He had missed lunch as punishment, and dinner would certainly be withheld as well. Uncle Vernon's voice boomed through the thin door, alternating between furious mutterings about freakishness and desperate telephone conversations with someone about how to explain away the roses to the neighbors. Harry caught fragments of words through the wood. Unnatural. Embarrassment. Getting out of hand. The lock clicked, and light flooded the cupboard as the door swung open. Vernon's massive form blocked most of the brightness, casting Harry back into shadow. His uncle's small, pig-like eyes glittered with malice as he leaned down to peer into the cupboard. "You will stay in there until morning, boy. And if you so much as think about doing any more of your freakish tricks, you'll stay in there for a week. Do you understand me?" Harry nodded quickly, not trusting his voice. Speaking when Vernon was angry usually made things worse. His uncle's heavy breathing filled the narrow space, carrying the scent of beer and rage. "And you'll be walking to school tomorrow. No breakfast, no lunch money. Maybe hunger will remind you to keep your strangeness to yourself." The door slammed shut with finality, plunging Harry back into darkness. The lock turned with a sharp click that seemed to echo in the small space. Vernon's footsteps retreated, followed by the sound of the television turning on in the sitting room. Soon, the familiar sounds of the evening news filled the house, a comforting routine that meant the immediate danger had passed. Harry pulled his knees tighter to his chest and closed his eyes. Tomorrow was Monday. School. The thought brought a mixture of relief and anxiety that had become as familiar as breathing. School meant escape from Privet Drive for 7 precious hours, but it also meant trying to explain away his appearance to teachers who sometimes asked uncomfortable questions. Mrs. Henley had been asking more questions lately. His primary school teacher had a way of looking at him that made Harry feel exposed, as if she could see right through the careful lies he had learned to tell. Last week, she had asked him why he was so tired, and Harry had made up a story about helping Uncle Vernon with work around the house. The week before, she had noticed the bruise on his wrist, and Harry had claimed he fell off his bicycle, even though everyone in class knew he did not own a bicycle. Sleep came fitfully in the cramped space. Harry dozed in short intervals, jerking awake whenever a nightmare threatened to take hold. Dreams of green light and screaming voices, dreams of being chased by faceless figures, dreams of falling into endless darkness. He had learned to stay alert even while sleeping, a survival skill developed after too many rude awakenings involving Vernon's temper. Morning light finally crept through the gap under the door, painting thin golden lines across the cupboard floor. Harry heard the familiar sounds of the Dursley household waking up. Dudley's elephant-like footsteps on the stairs above, Petunia's sharp voice calling for Vernon to hurry with his breakfast, the slam of cabinet doors and the clatter of dishes in the kitchen. No one came to unlock the cupboard door. Harry waited, listening to the sounds of breakfast being prepared and consumed. His stomach felt like it had tied itself in knots. The scent of bacon and eggs drifted under the door, making his mouth water despite his misery. He could hear Dudley complaining about having to go to school, his whining voice carrying clearly through the thin walls. "It's not fair, Mum. I don't want to go to school today. Can't I stay home and watch television instead?" Petunia's voice, artificially sweet when addressing her precious son, responded with gentle cooing sounds about education being important for growing boys. The hypocrisy would have been laughable if Harry had possessed the energy for bitter humor. Finally, after what felt like hours, the lock turned. Petunia stood in the doorway, her thin face pinched with its usual expression of distaste. She held herself stiffly, as if being near Harry might somehow contaminate her. "Get out. Get ready for school. You have 10 minutes, and if you're late, Vernon will hear about it when he gets home from work." Harry unfolded himself carefully, his muscles screaming in protest after the long night in the cramped space. His legs had gone numb, and he had to grab the door frame to keep from falling as circulation returned in painful tingles. Petunia watched this display with cold indifference, her pale eyes showing no trace of sympathy. "And you'll wear the blue shirt today. It covers more." She turned and walked away before Harry could respond, her heels clicking sharply against the hallway floor. Harry looked down at himself and understood. Dark bruises had bloomed along his arms during the night, finger-shaped marks where Vernon had grabbed him yesterday. The blue shirt was long-sleeved and would hide the evidence. 10 minutes later, Harry stood at the front door with his school bag, a battered hand-me-down from Dudley that had seen better days. Petunia inspected him with the same critical eye she might use to examine a piece of furniture for dust. She reached out and roughly combed his unruly black hair with her fingers, trying to force it to lie flat against his head. The attempt was futile, as it always was. Harry's hair seemed to have a mind of its own, sticking up in every direction no matter what was done to it. "Remember what Vernon told you. No freakishness, no drawing attention to yourself. Just sit quietly and try not to embarrass this family any more than you already have." Harry nodded and slipped out the front door before she could find anything else to criticize. The morning air felt like freedom after the stifling atmosphere of the cupboard. September sunshine warmed his face as he began the familiar walk to St. Bartholomew's primary school. The streets of Little Whinging were already busy with the morning routine. Neighbors tended their gardens and loaded children into cars for school runs. Harry kept his head down and walked quickly, hoping to avoid drawing attention. The roses in the Dursley garden looked completely normal now, as if yesterday's impossible blooming had never happened. Harry almost wondered if he had imagined the whole thing, except for the ache in his body that served as a constant reminder. St. Bartholomew's primary school appeared ahead, a red brick building surrounded by playground equipment and the cheerful chaos of children arriving for another day of learning. Harry felt his shoulders relax slightly as he approached the familiar environment. School was not perfect, but it was predictable. Rules that made sense. Teachers who generally treated all students fairly. A routine that did not revolve around avoiding someone's unpredictable temper. Mrs. Catherine Henley stood by the main entrance, greeting students as they arrived. She was a woman in her early 30s, with kind brown eyes and prematurely grey hair that she wore in a practical bob. Her classroom was Year 4, and she had been Harry's teacher for almost a month now. Unlike some of the other teachers, She actually seemed to notice when students were struggling, and she had a gentle way of checking on children who seemed troubled. "Good morning, Harry. How are you feeling today?" The simple question, asked with genuine concern, nearly undid Harry's carefully maintained composure. For a moment, he wanted nothing more than to collapse into tears and tell her everything, about the cupboard and the hunger and the fear that lived in his chest like a cold stone, about the strange things that happened around him that made Uncle Vernon so angry, about the loneliness that felt like drowning sometimes. Instead, he managed a weak smile and mumbled that he was fine. Mrs. Henley's eyes lingered on his face for a moment longer than usual, and Harry wondered what she saw there. Did she notice the dark circles under his eyes? Could she tell he had not eaten since yesterday morning? "Well, I'm glad you're here. We're starting a new project in geography today. I think you'll find it interesting." She placed a gentle hand on his shoulder to guide him inside, and Harry had to fight not to flinch away from the contact. The touch was kind, not threatening, but his body had learned to be wary of all adult hands. Mrs. Henley seemed to sense his tension and removed her hand immediately, but not before Harry caught a flicker of concern cross her features. The classroom was bright and welcoming, with colourful posters covering the walls and student artwork displayed proudly on bulletin boards. Harry made his way to his usual seat in the middle of the room, far enough from the front to avoid too much attention, but close enough to hear everything clearly. His desk partner, Susan Clearwater, was already arranging her supplies with methodical precision. "Morning, Harry. Did you finish the mathematics homework?" "I had trouble with the word problems." Harry nodded and pulled out his exercise book. He had completed the assignment by the light filtering under his cupboard door the previous evening, working carefully to avoid making any noise that might anger Uncle Vernon. Mathematics was one of the subjects that came easily to him, a logical world of numbers that made sense when so little else in his life did. The morning lessons passed in their usual rhythm. Mathematics, followed by English literature, then a brief break for milk and biscuits that Harry watched his classmates enjoy while pretending he was not hungry. Mrs. Henley moved around the classroom with easy confidence, helping students who struggled and encouraging those who excelled. Her teaching style was patient and inclusive, making sure no one felt left behind. During the literature lesson, they read a story about a young boy who lived with relatives who did not want him. The parallels to Harry's own situation were uncomfortably close, and he found himself paying attention with an intensity that surprised him. The boy in the story was unhappy, but eventually found people who cared about him and treated him kindly. It was the sort of happy ending that seemed to exist only in books. "Harry, would you like to read the next paragraph?" Mrs. Henley's voice brought him back to the present. He looked up to find her watching him with that same concerned expression she had worn earlier. Several of his classmates had turned to look at him as well, and Harry realized he must have been staring off into space longer than he thought. He read the assigned paragraph clearly, his voice steady despite the emotions churning in his chest. The words told of the boy finding a teacher who listened to his troubles and helped him find a better situation. Harry wondered what it would be like to have someone who would listen if he told them about his troubles. Someone who might actually believe him. The morning break came and went without incident. Harry spent the time sitting quietly in a corner of the playground, watching his classmates play games and share snacks. Dudley was somewhere on the other side of the school with his own year group, probably terrorizing smaller children or showing off for his gang of followers. They rarely crossed paths during school hours, which suited Harry perfectly. When the bell rang to signal the end of break, Harry filed back into the classroom with the rest of his classmates. The next lesson was geography, the new project Mrs. Henley had mentioned that morning. She had prepared a colourful map of the United Kingdom and was placing it on the easel at the front of the room. "Today we're going to begin learning about different regions of our country. Each of you will choose an area to research and create a presentation about its history, geography, and culture. This will be a project that continues for several weeks, so choose somewhere that truly interests you." Hands shot up around the classroom as students began asking questions about the assignment. Harry listened to their eager chatter, but did not participate. Group projects and presentations were always complicated for him. He never knew if he would be able to complete the work at home, depending on Uncle Vernon's moods and whether he would be allowed access to books and supplies. Mrs. Henley began moving around the classroom, discussing potential topics with individual students. She spent time with each child, asking about their interests and helping them narrow down their choices. When she reached Harry's desk, she pulled up a chair and sat down beside him, speaking in a quiet voice that would not carry to the other students. "What do you think, Harry? Is there a part of the country you'd like to learn more about?" Harry looked at the map, searching for inspiration. His eyes settled on Scotland, with its mountains and lochs and ancient castles. It seemed like a place where a person could disappear if they needed to, where someone could start over and become someone new. "Scotland looks interesting," he said softly. Mrs. Henley smiled, the first genuine smile Harry had seen from an adult in longer than he could remember. It transformed her entire face, making her eyes crinkle at the corners and revealing small dimples in her cheeks. "Excellent choice. Scotland has a fascinating history. Lots of myths and legends, ancient battles, beautiful landscapes. I think you'll enjoy researching it." She paused, studying his face with that careful attention that made Harry feel both nervous and hopeful at the same time. "Harry, is everything all right at home? You seem tired lately, and I've noticed you're often hungry during our snack breaks." The question hung in the air between them like a bridge Harry could choose to cross or ignore. This was the moment he had been both dreading and hoping for. The chance to tell someone what his life was really like. The opportunity to say the words he had never dared speak aloud. But the familiar fear rose in his throat, choking off his voice. What if she did not believe him? What if she told Uncle Vernon what he had said? What if telling the truth only made things worse? "I'm fine, Mrs. Henley. Just stayed up too late reading last night." The lie came easily, practiced through years of necessity. But even as he spoke the words, Harry saw something shift in Mrs. Henley's expression, a tightening around her eyes that suggested she was not entirely convinced by his explanation. "Reading is wonderful, but you need your sleep too. Growing boys need proper rest and nutrition. If there's ever anything you need to talk about, Harry, I want you to know that I'm here to listen. Sometimes it helps to share our worries with someone who cares." The kindness in her voice was almost unbearable. Harry nodded quickly and bent his head over his geography book, pretending to study the map of Scotland while fighting back tears. He could feel Mrs. Henley's presence beside his desk for a few more seconds before she moved on to help another student. The rest of the day passed in a blur of lessons and carefully maintained normalcy. Harry participated when called upon, completed his assignments, and kept his head down during lunch while his classmates enjoyed their meals. The afternoon brought art class, where they worked on drawings inspired by their geography projects. Harry found himself sketching a Scottish castle perched on a cliff overlooking a dark loch, a place that looked like safety and solitude combined. When the final bell rang at 3:30, Harry packed his bag slowly, watching his classmates rush toward the door in their eagerness to get home. For most of them, home meant snacks and television and parents who asked about their day. For Harry, home meant Uncle Vernon's anger about the roses and another evening of walking on eggshells. "Harry, could you stay for just a moment?" Mrs. Henley's voice stopped him as he reached the classroom door. The other students streamed past him into the corridor, their voices fading as they headed toward the main exit. Soon the classroom was quiet, except for the two of them. Mrs. Henley finished organizing papers on her desk before turning to face him. Her expression was serious but not unkind, the look of someone who had made a difficult decision. "Harry, I need to ask you something, and I want you to know that whatever you tell me will stay between us unless you ask me to share it with someone who can help." Harry's heart began beating faster. This was it, the moment when everything would either get better or get much, much worse. The bruises on your arms, Harry. The ones you've been trying to hide with long sleeves, even though it's quite warm outside. Can you tell me how you got them? For a long moment, Harry could not speak. The truth sat in his throat like a stone, too heavy to swallow and too dangerous to spit out. Mrs. Henley waited patiently, her brown eyes kind but determined. I fell, Harry whispered, the automatic lie tumbling from his lips. Mrs. Henley nodded slowly, as if she had expected that response. Harry, I've been a teacher for 10 years. I've seen children who fall downstairs, who run into doors, who have accidents on the playground. Those bruises don't look like they came from a fall. Her voice was gentle but firm, and Harry realized that she already knew the truth. Somehow, she had pieced together the signs he thought he had hidden so well. I want to help you, Harry, but I need you to trust me enough to tell me what's really happening. Are you safe at home? The question hung in the air like a lifeline thrown to a drowning person. Harry looked into Mrs. Henley's face and saw something he had never encountered before, an adult who genuinely cared about his well-being without wanting anything in return. And for the first time in his 9 years of life, Harry Potter made the decision to trust someone with the truth. No, he whispered, his voice barely audible in the quiet classroom. I'm not safe at home. Mrs. Henley's expression did not change, but Harry saw her hands clench slightly in her lap. When she spoke again, her voice was steady and professional, though Harry caught an undertone of controlled anger. Can you tell me who hurts you, Harry? Uncle Vernon. Sometimes Aunt Petunia. They get angry when I do things I don't mean to do. Strange things that I can't control. The words came out in a rush now, as if a dam had burst inside him. Mrs. Henley listened without interruption, her face growing more serious with each revelation. They lock me in the cupboard under the stairs. That's where I sleep. And sometimes they don't let me eat for days when I've been bad. Yesterday, Uncle Vernon was angry about the roses in the garden, and he grabbed my arm so hard. Harry pushed up his sleeve, revealing the dark fingerprint bruises that marked his pale skin. Mrs. Henley drew in a sharp breath, but her voice remained calm and reassuring. Harry, you are very brave for telling me this, and I want you to understand something important. None of this is your fault. Children should never be hurt by the adults who are supposed to take care of them. She paused, choosing her next words carefully. I'm going to need to make some phone calls to people who can help keep you safe. It might take a little time, but I promise you that things are going to get better. What if Uncle Vernon finds out, I told? Harry asked, the familiar fear rising in his chest. I'm going to make sure you're protected, Harry. There are people whose job it is to keep children safe, and they're very good at what they do. Mrs. Henley stood up and walked over to her filing cabinet, pulling out a small card with telephone numbers printed on it. I need to contact some people right away. But first I want to call your uncle and tell him you're staying after school for extra help with your geography project. That will give us some time to figure out the next steps without him becoming suspicious. Harry watched as she picked up the telephone and dialed the number for Privet Drive. Her voice, when Uncle Vernon answered, was perfectly professional and pleasant. Mr. Dursley, this is Mrs. Henley, Harry's teacher. I wanted to let you know that Harry will be staying after school today for some extra help with a project we're working on. He should be home around 5 o'clock. Harry could hear Uncle Vernon's gruff voice through the phone, though he could not make out the words. Mrs. Henley responded smoothly, assuring him that Harry was doing well in his studies, and that the extra help would benefit his grades. When she hung up the phone, Mrs. Henley turned back to Harry with a reassuring smile. Now, while we wait for some very important people to arrive, why don't you tell me more about those strange things that happen around you, the things that make your uncle angry? For the first time in his life, Harry Potter began to speak openly about the impossible things that seemed to follow him wherever he went. And for the first time in his life, someone listened without calling him a liar or a freak. The Department of Magical Child Welfare occupied 3 floors of the Ministry of Magic building, its modern offices and cheerful decor a stark contrast to the austere bureaucracy that had previously characterized wizarding government institutions. 6 months had passed since Sarah Mitchell's appointment as director, and the transformation in how the magical world approached child protection had been nothing short of revolutionary. Sarah stood at the window of her office overlooking the bustling atrium, watching as families moved through the space with the confident ease of people who no longer feared their government institutions. The changes implemented since the Wizengamot inquiry had touched every aspect of magical society, from mandatory training for magical guardians, to regular home visits for at-risk children, to specialized support services for families dealing with trauma or magical accidents. Her assistant knocked softly on the door before entering with the afternoon's case files, a stack of folders that represented both the scope of the problems they had uncovered and the progress they were making in addressing them. "Mrs. Mitchell, we've had 3 more families request voluntary support services this week," he reported with obvious satisfaction. Word is spreading that asking for help isn't seen as failure anymore, but as responsible parenting. The cultural shift had been one of the most significant aspects of the reform movement. The magical world's traditional emphasis on family privacy and self-sufficiency had created an environment where struggling parents often suffered in isolation rather than seeking assistance. The new department's approach emphasized support and education rather than punishment and removal, making it possible for families to get help before crisis situations developed. "How is the Henderson Family Integration Program progressing?" Sarah asked, referring to one of her most innovative initiatives. Brilliantly, her assistant replied with enthusiasm. "We've placed 12 magical children with trained Muggle foster families over the past 3 months, and every placement has been successful. The Henderson family model is proving that love and stability transcend the magical and non-magical divide." The program had been Harry's suggestion during one of his regular consultations with the department. His own experience had demonstrated that Muggle families could provide excellent care for magical children when properly educated and supported, and several magical children who had been failed by traditional wizarding placements were now thriving in carefully selected Muggle homes. Sarah gathered her files and prepared to leave for her weekly visit to Hogwarts, where she now served as a permanent advisor on student welfare issues. The school had undergone its own transformation since the events of the previous year, implementing comprehensive support systems that ensured no student would suffer in silence, as so many had before Harry's arrival. The journey to the Scottish Highlands remained magical despite its frequency, and Sarah found herself looking forward to seeing how Harry was progressing in his 2nd year at Hogwarts. His influence on the school community had been profound and lasting, creating a culture where students looked out for each other and teachers prioritized pastoral care alongside academic instruction. Hogwarts appeared through the car window like something from a fairy tale, its ancient towers and turrets rising majestically from the shore of the Great Lake. But Sarah had learned to see beyond the magical grandeur to the human stories that unfolded within those ancient walls, stories of growth and healing that were far more impressive than any architectural wonder. Professor McGonagall met her at the main entrance with the warmth that had developed between them over months of collaboration on child welfare initiatives. The stern professor had embraced her new role as deputy headmaster with enthusiasm, using her authority to implement changes that prioritized student well-being alongside academic achievement. "Sarah, how lovely to see you again. I trust the journey was comfortable." "Very much so, thank you. How has the week been? Any new situations requiring attention?" "Actually, we've had a rather remarkable development. Young Draco Malfoy has requested a meeting with you. It seems Harry's influence has reached even the most unlikely corners of our student body. The news was surprising but encouraging. Draco had been one of the most resistant students to Harry's message about speaking up against abuse, his pure blood supremacist upbringing making him suspicious of any challenge to traditional wizarding authority. If he was now seeking help, it suggested that the cultural changes were deeper and more widespread than anyone had dared hope. They found Harry in the Hufflepuff common room, surrounded by a diverse group of students from all 4 houses who had become regular participants in what the school now informally called the Henderson Circle. The weekly gatherings provided peer support for students dealing with difficult family situations, while also serving as a forum for discussing broader issues of justice and advocacy. Emma Henderson sat beside her adopted brother, her presence at Hogwarts having become a regular fixture since she had deferred her university studies to serve as a student mentor and liaison between the magical and Muggle worlds. Her practical wisdom and fearless advocacy had made her immensely popular among students who found her easier to approach than traditional adult authority figures. Harry looked up from the discussion he was leading about effective communication strategies when he noticed Sarah's arrival, his face brightening with genuine pleasure at seeing his friend and advocate. "Sarah, how are the new placement evaluations going? Have you been able to help the family in Wales that we discussed last week?" The fact that Harry consistently inquired about other cases rather than focusing on his own situation was one of the many ways he had demonstrated his growth from victim to advocate. His concern for other vulnerable children had become a driving force in his life, channeling his experiences into positive action rather than allowing trauma to define him. "The Welsh family is doing much better," Sarah reported with satisfaction. The parents completed the magical childcare training program, and their daughter's accidental magic episodes have decreased significantly now that they understand how to respond with support rather than punishment. The conversation was interrupted by the arrival of Draco Malfoy, who approached the group with obvious nervousness despite his attempt to maintain his usual aristocratic composure. The other students made room for him, with the inclusive acceptance that had become characteristic of Harry's influence on the school community. "Malfoy," Harry said gently, recognizing the courage it must have taken for someone from Draco's background to seek help from people he had been taught to despise. "What can we do for you?" Draco's response was halting and difficult, his voice tight with the strain of speaking truths that challenged everything he had been raised to believe. "My father is in Azkaban for his involvement with dark magic, and my mother has been struggling to manage our family's affairs. She's been under tremendous pressure from other pure blood families to maintain appearances, and I think the stress is affecting her ability to care for herself, let alone me." The admission was clearly difficult for someone who had been raised to view any sign of weakness or need as shameful failure. Harry listened with the patient attention that had made him so effective at helping other students navigate their own family crises. "What kind of help do you think your mother needs?" Harry asked without judgment, treating Draco's situation with the same serious consideration he would offer any student in distress. "I think she needs someone to talk to who understands the pressure she's under, but also someone who can help her see that there are alternatives to the path our family has been following. She's not evil, Potter. She's just scared and isolated and convinced that admitting failure will destroy what's left of our reputation." Sarah made notes as she listened to Draco's description of his family situation, recognizing patterns that had become familiar through her work with other magical families, struggling to adapt to a changing world. The fall of Voldemort and the subsequent exposure of his followers had created numerous situations where children were dealing with the consequences of their parents' choices while trying to forge their own identity separate from family legacy. "Draco," Sarah said compassionately, "it takes courage to ask for help, especially when you've been taught that needing support is a sign of weakness. Would your mother be willing to speak with someone from our family support services?" "I don't know," Draco admitted honestly. "She's very proud, and she's been taught that outsiders can't be trusted with family business. but I think she's desperate enough that she might consider it if the approach were made carefully." Emma leaned forward with the practical wisdom that had made her such an effective mentor to struggling students. "Sometimes the hardest part is just admitting that the old ways aren't working anymore. Your mother has spent her whole life following rules that were designed to maintain power rather than promote happiness or health. Learning new ways of thinking about family and success is difficult but possible." The conversation continued for another hour as the group discussed strategies for approaching Narcissa Malfoy while respecting her dignity and autonomy. Harry's insights proved particularly valuable, his understanding of pride and shame helping to design an intervention that would offer support without triggering defensive rejection. Later, as Sarah walked through the castle corridors with Harry and Emma, she reflected on how dramatically the school atmosphere had changed since their first visit 2 years earlier. Students moved through the halls with easy confidence, their interactions characterized by mutual support and inclusive acceptance, rather than the house-based segregation and casual cruelty that had once been common. Professor Sprout approached them in the entrance hall, her face glowing with the satisfaction of someone who had been waiting to share good news. "Harry, Emma, perfect timing. I wanted to let you know that the therapeutic gardening program we discussed has been approved for implementation next term. We'll be working with students who have experienced trauma to create healing spaces in the castle grounds." The program was another example of Harry's influence extending beyond immediate crisis intervention to broader institutional change. His suggestion that magical plants might have therapeutic properties for traumatized students had led to collaboration between the herbology department and the new student counseling services, creating innovative approaches to healing that combined magical and Muggle therapeutic techniques. "That's wonderful news, Professor Sprout," Emma said, with genuine enthusiasm. "Harry and I have been researching therapeutic horticulture programs in Muggle hospitals, and we've found some excellent models that we could adapt for magical use." The interdisciplinary approach had become characteristic of the new Hogwarts, with traditional subject boundaries becoming more fluid as teachers recognized that effective education required addressing students' emotional and social needs alongside their academic development. Their conversation was interrupted by the arrival of Neville Longbottom, who had grown into a confident young man over the past year, as he received proper support for the trauma he had experienced, both at home and at school. His transformation from the frightened, clumsy boy he had once been into a natural leader and advocate was one of the most visible examples of how therapeutic intervention could unlock potential that had been suppressed by adverse circumstances. "Harry, I wanted to thank you again for encouraging me to speak up about Gran's treatment. The family therapy sessions have helped both of us understand how grief and fear were affecting our relationship." Augusta Longbottom's willingness to examine her own behavior and seek professional help had surprised many in the magical community who had known her only as an intimidating matriarch. Her public acknowledgement that good intentions did not automatically translate into good parenting had encouraged other magical families to seek support rather than struggling alone with complex dynamics. "How is your grandmother adjusting to the therapy process?" Sarah asked with professional interest. "Better than expected," Neville replied with obvious relief. "She's learning that protecting me doesn't require making me afraid of everything, and I'm learning that her strictness came from love rather than disappointment. We're both getting better at talking to each other instead of making assumptions." The success story was one of many that had emerged from the comprehensive approach to family healing that the new department had implemented. Rather than simply removing children from problematic situations, they had developed interventions that addressed underlying causes of family dysfunction, while providing support for both children and adults who were struggling with the effects of trauma, loss, or inadequate parenting models. As the day progressed, and Sarah completed her various meetings with students, teachers, and administrators, she found herself consistently impressed by the depth and breadth of positive changes that had taken root at Hogwarts. The school that had once been characterized by rigid hierarchy and competitive individualism had evolved into a community where collaboration and mutual support were valued alongside academic achievement. Professor McGonagall joined Sarah for their weekly review meeting in the comfortable office that had been established for student support services. The space was designed to feel welcoming rather than intimidating, with comfortable seating arrangements and cheerful decorations that encouraged students to see it as a place of help rather than punishment. "Sarah, I wanted to discuss the preliminary results from our student wellness survey," Professor McGonagall began, consulting a thick folder of data. "The improvements in reported emotional health, academic satisfaction, and sense of belonging are remarkable. Students consistently report feeling safer and more supported than they did before our reforms were implemented." The quantitative data confirmed what Sarah had observed through her regular interactions with the school community. Students were not only performing better academically, but were also developing stronger social connections and more positive self-concept, suggesting that addressing emotional well-being had benefits that extended far beyond crisis prevention. "What aspects of the program do students identify as most helpful?" Sarah asked, always eager to refine and improve their interventions. The peer support networks that Harry initiated have been consistently rated as the most valuable resource. Students report that having opportunities to connect with others who have experienced similar challenges helps them feel less isolated and more hopeful about their ability to overcome difficulties. The finding was consistent with research from the Muggle world about the power of peer support in healing from trauma and adversity. Harry's instinctive understanding of this principle had led to innovations that were now being studied and replicated in other magical educational institutions. Their discussion was interrupted by a soft knock on the door, and Hermione Granger entered with the shy determination that characterized her approach to seeking help. The brilliant young witch had struggled with perfectionism and anxiety that had been exacerbated by her status as a Muggle-born student in an often hostile environment. "Professor McGonagall, Mrs. Mitchell, I hope I'm not interrupting. I wanted to update you on how the study support groups for anxiety management are progressing." Hermione had become one of Harry's most effective collaborators in creating support systems for students whose academic pressures had become overwhelming. Her combination of intellectual rigor and personal experience with anxiety made her uniquely qualified to help other students develop healthy approaches to academic challenge. "The groups are wonderful," Hermione continued with growing confidence. "We've had students from all 4 houses participating, and many have reported that learning stress management techniques has actually improved their academic performance rather than detracting from it. The counterintuitive finding that addressing emotional needs enhanced rather than compromised academic achievement had been one of the most significant discoveries of the reform process. Students who felt supported and emotionally secure were more creative, more willing to take intellectual risks, and more resilient in the face of academic challenges. As the afternoon drew to a close and Sarah prepared to return to London, she found herself reflecting on the profound changes that had transformed not just individual lives, but entire institutional cultures over the past months. The boy who had once been too frightened to tell anyone about his living conditions had catalyzed a revolution in how the magical world approached the care and protection of its most vulnerable members. Harry joined her for the walk to the main gate, where her transportation was waiting, their conversation touching on various ongoing cases and initiatives that continued to expand the reach and effectiveness of child protection services throughout magical Britain. "Sarah," Harry said as they reached the castle entrance, "I've been thinking about something that might help even more families. What if we created a resource guide that explains magical child development to Muggle families who are fostering or adopting magical children?" The suggestion was typical of Harry's approach to problem-solving, identifying gaps in existing services and proposing practical solutions that drew on his unique perspective as someone who bridged both worlds. His ability to see opportunities for improvement and innovation had made him an invaluable consultant despite his young age. "That's an excellent idea, Harry. We've had several Muggle families express confusion about normal magical development versus concerning behaviors. A comprehensive guide could help them provide better care while reducing unnecessary anxiety. As Sarah's car disappeared down the winding road toward London, Harry stood in the doorway of Hogwarts, watching until the lights vanished into the Scottish twilight. The castle behind him hummed with the comfortable sounds of a community where children felt safe to learn and grow and explore their potential, without fear of rejection or punishment for their authentic selves. Tomorrow would bring new challenges as they continued working to extend these protections and supports to magical children throughout Britain and beyond. But tonight, Harry would sleep peacefully in a dormitory, where he was surrounded by friends who had learned to see difference as strength rather than threat, in a school that had been transformed into a place of healing rather than hierarchy. The boy who lived had become Harry Henderson, and Harry Henderson had helped create a world where no child would have to choose between safety and authenticity, between belonging and honesty, between family and truth. The magic that had accomplished this transformation was not the kind that required wands or ancient spells. It was the magic of ordinary people choosing to care about extraordinary children, and extraordinary children choosing to use their gifts to ensure that ordinary kindness became the foundation of an entire society's approach to protecting and nurturing its future. In the months and years that followed, the Henderson model would spread beyond the borders of magical Britain, inspiring similar reforms in magical communities around the world. But that night, as Harry fell asleep, surrounded by the safety and belonging he had helped create for himself and countless others, the most important magic was simply the knowledge that children everywhere were a little safer, because one frightened boy had found the courage to tell the truth about his life. The rest, as they say, was just the logical consequence of choosing love over fear, truth over convenience, and children's welfare over adult comfort. It was, perhaps, the most powerful magic of all. The summer sun streamed through the windows of the Henderson family kitchen as Harry worked at the breakfast table, carefully transcribing notes from his advanced magical theory textbook into a notebook that bore both magical and Muggle elements. At 13 years old, having completed his second year at Hogwarts with distinction, Harry had grown into a confident young man whose academic achievements reflected the stability and support that had shaped his development over the past 4 years. Emma, now 20 and preparing for her final year at university, looked up from her own studies with the fond exasperation of an older sister watching her brother's relentless pursuit of knowledge. Harry, you do realize it's summer holiday. Most students your age are thinking about Quidditch and adventure stories, not advanced magical theory and child psychology. Harry glanced up from his notes with a smile that held both the innocence of youth and the wisdom that came from experiences far beyond his years. I know, but Professor Flitwick said that understanding the theoretical foundations of magic would help me develop better control over my abilities, and the child psychology books helped me understand how to talk to younger students who are struggling with family problems. The dual focus had become characteristic of Harry's approach to education. His magical studies proceeded at an accelerated pace thanks to the emotional stability that allowed him to concentrate fully on learning, while his growing expertise in trauma and family dynamics made him increasingly effective as a peer counselor and advocate for vulnerable students. Maggie set a plate of fresh scones on the table alongside Harry's books, her maternal pride evident as she observed her son's dedication to both academic excellence and helping others. Dr. Remus Lupin will be here this afternoon for your tutorial session. He mentioned wanting to discuss some advanced defensive magic techniques that might be useful for your work with the Student Support Network. The private tutoring arrangement had been one of the most successful aspects of Harry's educational program. Rather than relying solely on traditional classroom instruction, the Henderson family had worked with Hogwarts to develop an individualized learning plan that incorporated both formal coursework and specialized instruction tailored to Harry's unique interests and responsibilities. Dr. Lupin had become not just a tutor, but a mentor whose own experiences with stigma and social exclusion made him particularly effective at helping Harry navigate the complexities of being both famous and different in the magical world. The former professor's gentle wisdom and practical expertise had been invaluable as Harry developed his skills in both defensive magic and emotional support for troubled students. David looked up from his engineering journals with the expression of bemused pride that had become his standard response to his son's academic achievements. "Harry, your mother and I have been discussing the invitation from the International Conference on Child Welfare in Geneva. They've specifically requested that you present your research on peer support networks for trauma survivors. It's quite an honor for someone your age." The invitation was the latest in a series of recognition that Harry's work had received from both magical and Muggle institutions. His innovative approaches to combining magical and non-magical therapeutic techniques had attracted attention from researchers and practitioners around the world, leading to collaborations that bridged the traditional divide between magical and Muggle-helping professions. "I'd like to accept the invitation," Harry replied thoughtfully, "but only if Emma can come with me. I work better when I have family support, and she understands the practical aspects of our programs better than anyone." Emma's face lit up with excitement at the prospect of international travel and professional recognition for work that had started as simply helping her adopted brother adjust to his new life. "I'd love to come, Harry. We could also visit some of the European magical child welfare programs that Dr. Mitchell mentioned. It might give us ideas for expanding our own services." The conversation was interrupted by the arrival of an owl bearing official ministry correspondence. Its arrival no longer the novelty it had once been given Harry's regular involvement with various magical institutions. The letter bore the seal of the Department of Magical Child Welfare and was addressed to Harry personally rather than to his family. Harry opened the letter carefully, scanning its contents with growing interest and concern. "It's from Sarah Mitchell. She's received reports of concerning conditions at a magical children's home in Eastern Europe, and she's been asked to lead an international investigation. She wants to know if I'd be willing to serve as a student consultant on approaches to interviewing traumatized children." The request was both an acknowledgement of Harry's expertise and a reminder that his work had implications far beyond the borders of magical Britain. The reputation he had developed for helping children find their voices and seek protection had made him a resource for child welfare professionals dealing with complex cases around the world. Maggie's expression showed the mixture of pride and concern that had become familiar as Harry took on increasingly significant responsibilities despite his youth. "Harry, this sounds like important work, but it also sounds like it might expose you to some very difficult situations. Are you sure you're ready for that level of responsibility?" The question reflected the careful balance the Henderson family had maintained between supporting Harry's desire to help others and protecting him from experiences that might re-traumatize him or overwhelm his still developing emotional resources. "I think I am ready, Mum. The work I've been doing at Hogwarts has helped me understand how to listen to painful stories without taking on all the pain myself. And knowing that we can actually help change things for these children makes it feel worthwhile." David nodded approvingly, recognizing the mature reasoning that had characterized Harry's approach to advocacy work. "If you decide to accept this assignment, Harry, you'll go with full family support and the understanding that you can withdraw if the situation becomes too difficult. Your well-being remains our primary concern, regardless of how important the work might be." The family discussion continued over lunch as they explored the practical and ethical implications of Harry's growing involvement in international child welfare issues. The conversation was interrupted by the arrival of Dr. Lupin, whose appearance at the Henderson home had become a regular and welcome occurrence over the past 2 years. Remus Lupin had aged gracefully into his role as an independent consultant and tutor, his expertise in defensive magic complemented by a natural gift for teaching and mentoring that made him invaluable to students like Harry, who required specialized instruction. His own experiences with discrimination and social marginalization had given him unique insights into the challenges faced by young people who were different or famous in ways that attracted unwanted attention. Good afternoon, Harry. I hope you've been practicing the meditation techniques we discussed during our last session. Harry nodded, setting aside his correspondence to focus on his magical education. Yes, sir. The mindfulness exercises have been helping me maintain better control over my accidental magic, especially when I'm dealing with emotionally charged situations at school. The integration of magical and psychological techniques had proven remarkably effective for Harry, whose emotional stability directly correlated with his magical control and academic performance. Dr. Lupin's holistic approach to magical education emphasized the connection between mental state and magical ability, helping Harry develop skills that served him well, both academically and personally. Excellent. Today I'd like to work on some advanced shielding techniques that might be useful if you encounter hostile magical environments during your advocacy work. The ability to protect yourself and others from magical attacks or emotional manipulation could become important as your profile in the child welfare community continues to grow. The practical focus of Harry's magical education reflected the reality that his work often placed him in situations where traditional academic magic was less useful than defensive and protective techniques. Dr. Lupin's instruction emphasized real-world applications rather than theoretical knowledge, preparing Harry for the complex challenges he was likely to face as his involvement in child protection work expanded. They spent the afternoon working through increasingly sophisticated defensive magic, with Harry demonstrating the advanced control and intuitive understanding of magical principles that had impressed all his instructors. His ability to cast complex spells with minimal wand movement and his natural talent for protective magic had marked him as exceptionally gifted even among magical students. The training session was interrupted by the arrival of Hermione Granger, whose friendship with Harry had deepened over their years at Hogwarts as they collaborated on various student support initiatives. Now entering her 4th year, Hermione had developed into a formidable advocate in her own right, her analytical mind and passionate commitment to justice making her an invaluable partner in Harry's work. Harry, I hope I'm not interrupting. I wanted to discuss the proposal for expanding the peer support network to include students from other magical schools. The idea had emerged from Harry's correspondence with young witches and wizards from around the world who had heard about the changes at Hogwarts and were seeking similar support in their own educational environments. The international scope of interest had surprised everyone involved, suggesting that the problems they had addressed were far more widespread than anyone had realized. Dr. Lupin listened with interest as Harry and Hermione outlined their plans for creating an international network of student advocates who could share resources and strategies for addressing child welfare issues within their respective magical communities. Your work has clearly touched something important in the broader magical world, Dr. Lupin observed with approval. The fact that young people from different countries and cultures are seeking similar changes suggests that the issues you've identified transcend national boundaries. The validation from someone with Dr. Lupin's experience and perspective was encouraging, reinforcing Harry's sense that their work represented something larger than local reform. The letters he received from students at Beauxbatons, Durmstrang, and smaller magical schools around the world painted a consistent picture of institutions that prioritized tradition and authority over student welfare, creating environments where vulnerable children suffered in silence. Hermione pulled out a thick folder of correspondence and research that she had been collecting over the past months. I've been analyzing the patterns in the letters we've received, and there are some disturbing consistencies. Students report feeling isolated when they experience family problems, fear of speaking up about abuse or neglect, and lack of trusted adults who prioritize their welfare over institutional reputation. The systematic nature of the problems confirmed what Harry had suspected, that his experiences at Hogwarts before the reforms had been representative of broader issues within magical education rather than isolated incidents of institutional failure. What do you think would be the most effective approach to creating change in schools that might be resistant to outside influence? Dr. Lupin asked, clearly interested in the strategic thinking behind their advocacy efforts. Harry considered the question carefully, drawing on his experiences with resistant authority figures and institutions that prioritize tradition over innovation. I think we need to focus on empowering students to advocate for themselves rather than trying to convince adults to change their policies. When students have the knowledge and confidence to speak up about problems, institutions have to respond or face public accountability for their failures. The approach reflected lessons learned from Harry's own journey from victim to advocate, emphasizing empowerment and voice rather than external intervention as the primary mechanisms for creating change. Emma joined the discussion as it moved into the Henderson sitting room, her university studies in social policy providing valuable perspective on the broader implications of their work. One thing we've learned from the British reforms is that change happens faster when students, families, and institutions work together rather than in opposition to each other. The schools that have embraced the new approaches have seen improvements in both academic outcomes and student satisfaction. Dr. Lupin nodded thoughtfully, recognizing the wisdom of an approach that emphasized collaboration rather than confrontation. Your family's influence on Harry's development has been remarkable. The combination of unconditional support and high expectations has allowed him to flourish in ways that would have been impossible under different circumstances. The observation touched on one of the most significant aspects of Harry's transformation, the way that safety and stability had unlocked potential that had been suppressed by trauma and adversity. His academic achievements, leadership skills, and emotional maturity all reflected the benefits of growing up in an environment where his worth was never questioned and his voice was always heard. As the afternoon progressed into evening, the conversation expanded to include Maggie and David, creating one of the family discussions that had become central to Harry's decision-making process. The input and support of his adoptive parents remained crucial to his sense of security and confidence, even as his responsibilities and recognition continued to expand. "Harry," David said as they prepared for dinner, "your mother and I want you to know how proud we are of the young man you've become. Your academic achievements are impressive, but what makes us truly proud is your commitment to using your gifts to help others." The acknowledgement meant more to Harry than any external recognition or award could have provided. The love and approval of his family remained the foundation of his sense of self-worth, grounding him in relationships that valued him for who he was, rather than what he had accomplished. "Thank you, Dad. I know that none of this would have been possible without the family you and Mum gave me. Having people who believe in me unconditionally has made all the difference." As they gathered around the dinner table for another of the family meals that had anchored Harry's sense of belonging and security, he reflected on how dramatically different his life had become from the frightened boy who had once been afraid to ask for help. The confidence and competence he now displayed in academic, social, and advocacy contexts all stemmed from the fundamental security of knowing he was loved and valued, regardless of his performance or achievements. Dr. Lupin joined them for dinner, his presence adding to the warm atmosphere of intellectual curiosity and emotional support that characterized the Henderson household. The conversation ranged from magical theory to international politics to family anecdotes, creating the kind of rich learning environment that had fostered Harry's intellectual and emotional development. Later that evening, as Harry worked on his summer assignments in his room, he paused to look out the window at the garden where he had once feared his accidental magic would cause problems. Now, the same abilities that had once brought punishment and shame were recognized as gifts that required nurturing and guidance rather than suppression and fear. Tomorrow would bring new challenges as he continued his studies and expanded his advocacy work. But tonight, he would sleep peacefully in the knowledge that he had found his place in the world. The frightened boy who had once hidden his differences had become a confident young man who celebrated uniqueness and used his voice to ensure that other children would never have to choose between safety and authenticity. Emma knocked softly on his door before entering with the comfortable casualness that had characterized their sibling relationship from the beginning. "Are you nervous about the Geneva conference?" she asked, settling into the chair by his desk. "A little," Harry admitted. "It's intimidating to think about presenting our work to experts from around the world. But I keep reminding myself that we have something valuable to offer, and that the children we're trying to help deserve to have their stories heard by people who can make a difference." The perspective reflected the maturity and purpose that had developed as Harry learned to channel his experiences into positive action. His work was motivated not by personal recognition, but by genuine commitment to ensuring that other vulnerable children received the protection and support that had transformed his own life. As Harry prepared for bed in the room that had been his sanctuary for over 4 years, he thought about the journey that had brought him from a cupboard under the stairs to a position of influence and respect in both the magical and Muggle worlds. The transformation had been possible because adults had chosen to prioritize his welfare over their own convenience, because institutions had been willing to examine and change their practices, and because a family had decided that love was more important than biology. The magic that had created these changes was not the kind taught in textbooks or performed with wands. It was the magic of human beings choosing to care for each other, to speak truth in the face of power, and to believe that every child deserved safety, respect, and the opportunity to flourish. As Harry drifted off to sleep, he smiled at the thought of all the children around the world who were sleeping more safely, because people had chosen to listen when they found the courage to speak. Tomorrow would bring new opportunities to extend that protection and support to even more vulnerable young people. It was, he thought drowsily, exactly the kind of magic that mattered most. 5 years had passed since Harry Henderson first walked into the Great Hall of Hogwarts with his adoptive family by his side, and the transformation of both the young man and the institution he had helped reshape was evident in every corner of the ancient castle. Now 18 years old and preparing to graduate as head boy, Harry moved through the corridors with the quiet confidence of someone who had learned to use his voice not for personal gain, but for the protection of others who could not yet protect themselves. The May sunshine streamed through the tall windows of the Reformed Student Support Center, illuminating a space that had once been an unused classroom, but was now the beating heart of Hogwarts's comprehensive approach to student welfare. Harry sat across from a nervous first year, whose trembling hands and downcast eyes told a story that had become tragically familiar over his years of advocacy work. "Thomas," Harry said gently, his voice carrying the warmth and authority that had made him so effective with traumatized children, "I want you to know that you are safe here. Nothing you tell me will get you in trouble, and anything we discuss will remain confidential unless you ask me to share it with someone who can help." The boy, barely 11 years old with the thin frame and wary expression that Harry recognized from his own reflection years earlier, looked up with eyes that held too much knowledge of adult cruelty for someone so young. "My uncle says that if I tell anyone about what happens at home, he'll make sure I never see my little sister again. He says magical children who cause problems just disappear, and no one ever asks where they went." The threat was a familiar one, reflecting the ways that abusive adults used fear and isolation to maintain their control over vulnerable children. Harry's response was practiced, but no less genuine for its familiarity. "Thomas, that's not true. There are laws now that protect magical children, and there are people whose job it is to make sure those laws are enforced. Your uncle is trying to scare you into staying quiet because he knows that what he's doing is wrong, and that there would be serious consequences if the right people found out about it." Harry reached into his desk drawer and pulled out a colorful brochure that had become one of the most important tools in his advocacy work. The publication, jointly produced by the Department of Magical Child Welfare and Muggle Social Services, explained children's rights in language that young people could understand while providing clear information about how to seek help and what to expect when they did. This pamphlet explains your rights as a magical child and lists all the people you can contact if you need help. It also explains what happens when someone reports abuse, so you'll know exactly what to expect if you decide to speak up. Thomas accepted the brochure with hands that shook only slightly, his curiosity beginning to overcome his fear as he scanned the cheerful illustrations and straightforward explanations. "Will you help me if I decide to tell someone?" he asked quietly. "Absolutely," Harry replied without hesitation. "I'll be with you every step of the way, and so will other adults who are trained to help children in your situation. You won't have to face this alone." The promise was one that Harry had made to dozens of students over his years at Hogwarts, and it was a promise he had never failed to keep. His reputation for following through on commitments to vulnerable children had made him trusted throughout the magical community and beyond, creating a network of young advocates who carried his message of empowerment and protection to schools and families around the world. Their conversation was interrupted by a soft knock on the door, and Emma Henderson entered with the warm smile that had become familiar to generations of Hogwarts students who had sought support and guidance in the transformed institution. Now 23 and serving as the school's first director of student life, Emma had built upon the foundation her brother had laid to create comprehensive programs that addressed everything from academic support to family crisis intervention. "Harry, I hope I'm not interrupting, but Professor McGonagall wanted to remind you about the dedication ceremony for the new Crisis Response Center. The Minister of Magic will be arriving shortly, along with representatives from the International Confederation of Wizards. The ceremony marked another milestone in the ongoing transformation of magical child welfare, as Hogwarts prepared to host the first international training center for magical child protection workers. The facility, funded by donations from around the world and staffed by experts from both magical and Muggle backgrounds, would serve as a model for other institutions while providing advanced training for professionals working with traumatized magical children. "Thomas," Harry said, turning back to the young student, "I need to attend this ceremony, but I want you to know that my door is always open. If you decide you're ready to talk to someone about your situation, just let me know, and I'll arrange for you to meet with Mrs. Mitchell from the Child Welfare Department." The boy nodded seriously, clutching the informational brochure as if it were a lifeline thrown to someone drowning in dangerous waters. "Thank you, Harry. I think I might be ready to tell someone soon." The words were spoken with the kind of quiet courage that Harry recognized from his own journey toward finding his voice. As Thomas left the office, Harry felt the familiar mixture of pride and determination that came with witnessing another child take the first steps toward safety and healing. Emma waited until they were alone before addressing her brother with the concern that had characterized their relationship since the early days of his advocacy work. "How are you holding up with all these difficult cases, Harry? I know you're good at helping other children, but I worry sometimes that you're taking on too much emotional burden." The question reflected the careful attention that the Henderson family continued to pay to Harry's well-being, even as his responsibilities and recognition had expanded far beyond what anyone could have predicted when he first arrived at their home as a frightened 9-year-old. "I'm doing well, Emma. The therapy training I received has helped me learn how to listen to painful stories without taking on all the pain myself, and knowing that we can actually help change things for these children makes it feel worthwhile rather than overwhelming." The balance had been hard-won, requiring years of professional development and personal growth as Harry learned to channel his experiences into effective action without being consumed by the magnitude of suffering he encountered in his work. Their conversation was interrupted by the arrival of Professor McGonagall, whose transformation from stern disciplinarian to compassionate advocate had been one of the most remarkable aspects of Hogwarts' institutional evolution. Now serving as headmistress following Dumbledore's retirement, she had embraced her role as protector and nurturer of students with the same dedication she had once brought to Transfiguration instruction. "Harry, Emma," The dedication ceremony is about to begin. The minister is particularly interested in meeting with you, Harry, to discuss the possibility of expanding the international training program to include partnerships with Muggle universities. The proposal represented another step in the ongoing integration of magical and non-magical approaches to child welfare that had characterized Harry's work from the beginning. His unique perspective as someone who bridged both worlds had made him an invaluable resource for developing innovative programs that drew on the best practices from multiple traditions. As they walked through the corridors toward the Great Hall, where the ceremony would take place, Harry reflected on how dramatically the atmosphere at Hogwarts had changed since his arrival. Students moved through the halls with easy confidence, their interactions characterized by mutual support and inclusive acceptance rather than the house-based segregation and casual cruelty that had once been common. The transformation was visible in countless small details: older students helping younger ones with both academic and personal problems, teachers who prioritized pastoral care alongside subject instruction, house points awarded for kindness and advocacy as well as academic achievement, and common areas designed to encourage cross-house collaboration rather than competition. Mrs. Henley was waiting near the entrance to the Great Hall, her presence at the ceremony serving as a reminder that sometimes the most powerful interventions came from ordinary people who chose to pay attention when children needed help. Now retired from teaching, but serving as a consultant to the magical education reform movement, she had become a beloved figure whose willingness to take action when she suspected abuse had inspired a generation of educators to prioritize child protection over institutional convenience. "Harry," she said warmly as he approached, "I wanted to congratulate you on your acceptance to the joint Oxford-Cambridge program in magical and Muggle child psychology. It's exactly the kind of innovative education that will prepare you for the work you're meant to do." The academic program represented another breakthrough in integrating magical and non-magical educational approaches, allowing students like Harry to develop expertise that spanned both worlds while working toward degrees that would be recognized by institutions in both communities. "Thank you, Mrs. Henley. I'm excited about the opportunity to deepen my understanding of child development and trauma recovery. The more I learn, the more effective I can be at helping other children who are struggling with difficult family situations." Their conversation was joined by Sarah Mitchell, whose appointment as the first director of the International Office of Magical Child Welfare had marked another milestone in the global expansion of child protection reforms. Her success in creating effective partnerships between magical and Muggle institutions had made her a respected figure in both communities, while establishing new standards for international cooperation on child welfare issues. "Harry, I wanted to update you on the progress of the scholarship fund you established for abuse survivors. We've been able to provide educational support for 43 children this year, including several who are now pursuing careers in child protection and advocacy." The scholarship program had been Harry's way of ensuring that other children who had survived abuse would have access to the educational opportunities that had been so crucial to his own development. The fund, supported by donations from around the world, provided not just financial assistance, but mentoring and counseling support for young people who were working to overcome the effects of trauma and build successful futures. "That's wonderful news, Sarah. I hope we can continue to expand the program to reach even more children who need support." The dedication ceremony itself was a celebration of how far the magical world had come in addressing child welfare issues, but it was also a recognition that the work was far from complete. Representatives from magical communities around the world had gathered to learn about the Hogwarts model, while sharing their own innovations and challenges in protecting vulnerable children. Minister of Magic Kingsley Shacklebolt spoke eloquently about the transformation that had occurred in magical Britain's approach to child protection, acknowledging that institutional change had been driven by the courage of young people who had refused to accept that suffering in silence was normal or necessary. 5 years ago, a young man stood in this very hall and spoke truth about his experiences with abuse and neglect. His willingness to break the silence about child maltreatment has inspired changes that have protected thousands of children and will continue to protect thousands more in the years to come. Harry felt the familiar mixture of pride and humility that came with public recognition of his work. The transformation of magical child welfare had required the efforts of countless individuals and institutions, and his role had been simply to provide a catalyst for changes that had been long overdue. When called upon to address the assembled delegates, Harry spoke with the confidence and authority that had developed through years of advocacy work and public speaking. 5 years ago, I was a frightened child who had suffered abuse for most of my life. I survived not because I was special or chosen, but because ordinary people chose to pay attention when I finally found the courage to speak up. Teachers who took their responsibility seriously, social workers who prioritized child welfare over institutional convenience, foster parents who offered unconditional love, and professionals who were willing to challenge systems that were failing the children they were meant to protect. He paused, looking out at an audience that included many of the people who had played crucial roles in his rescue and recovery. The most important thing I've learned is that protecting children requires all of us to take responsibility for their welfare. It requires teachers who notice when students are struggling, neighbors who care enough to ask difficult questions, institutions that prioritize child safety over reputation management, and societies that refuse to accept that any child should suffer in silence. The response was immediate and sustained applause, but Harry's attention was focused on the young faces scattered throughout the audience, students who had come to witness this celebration of progress and hope. To the young people here today, who might be struggling with difficult family situations, I want you to know that your experiences matter, your safety matters, and your voice matters. There are people who will listen when you're ready to speak, and there are systems in place now to protect you when you ask for help. After the ceremony concluded and the various dignitaries departed for their home countries, Harry found himself in the familiar comfort of the Hogwarts grounds, walking alongside his family as they enjoyed the peaceful evening air. The conversations and commitments of the day had been energizing rather than exhausting, reflecting his growth into someone who drew strength from meaningful work rather than being depleted by it. Maggie and David Henderson had travelled from their home in Surrey to attend the ceremony, their presence serving as a constant reminder that Harry's success had been built on the foundation of unconditional love and support they had provided since his adoption. Their pride in his accomplishments was evident, but more importantly, their love for him remained unshakable regardless of his achievements or recognition. "Harry," David said, as they walked along the lake shore, where the giant squid occasionally broke the surface with gentle splashes, "your mother and I want you to know how proud we are of the man you've become. Not because of your fame or your awards, but because of your kindness and your commitment to helping others." The words meant more to Harry than any external recognition could provide. The love and approval of his family remained the bedrock of his identity, grounding him in relationships that valued him for who he was, rather than what he had accomplished. As the evening progressed, and they prepared to return to the castle for Harry's final weeks at Hogwarts, he reflected on the journey that had brought him from a cupboard under the stairs to a position of respect and influence in both the magical and Muggle worlds. The transformation had been possible because people had chosen to prioritize his welfare over their own convenience, because institutions had been willing to examine and change their practices, and because a family had decided that love was more important than biology. The following morning brought news that would have seemed impossible just a few years earlier. Vernon Dursley, now 5 years into his sentence for child abuse, had requested a meeting with Harry through the prison visitation program that allowed supervised contact between offenders and their victims when both parties consented to the interaction. The request had come through Sarah Mitchell's office, accompanied by a letter from Vernon that expressed what appeared to be genuine remorse for his treatment of Harry and a desire to make amends before Harry graduated from Hogwarts and moved forward with his adult life. Harry discussed the request with his family and therapist before deciding to accept the meeting, recognizing it as an opportunity for closure that might benefit both him and Vernon. The meeting took place in a comfortable visiting room at the minimum security facility, where Vernon was serving the remainder of his sentence, while participating in mandatory counseling programs for child abusers. Vernon Dursley bore little resemblance to the intimidating figure who had once terrorized Harry's childhood. Prison life and court-mandated therapy had reduced his physical bulk, while apparently forcing him to confront the reality of his actions toward his nephew. When he saw Harry enter the visiting room, his expression showed a mixture of shame, regret, and something that might have been relief. "Harry," Vernon said quietly, his voice lacking the bluster and aggression that had once characterized his interactions with his nephew. "I want to thank you for agreeing to see me. I know I have no right to ask anything of you after what I put you through." Harry settled into the chair across from his former guardian, studying the man who had once seemed larger than life and all-powerful, but now appeared diminished and fragile in his prison uniform. "I decided to come because I thought it might help both of us to have this conversation. I'm not here to forgive you or to make you feel better about what happened, but I am willing to listen to what you have to say." The honesty in Harry's response seemed to provide Vernon with the permission he needed to speak openly about the years of abuse he had inflicted, and the factors that had contributed to his treatment of Harry. "The therapy sessions here have helped me understand that my behavior toward you was inexcusable, regardless of my fears or prejudices about magic. I was angry and frightened by things I didn't understand, and I took that anger and fear out on a child who had done nothing to deserve it." Vernon's voice broke slightly as he continued, the words clearly difficult for someone who had spent most of his life avoiding accountability for his actions. "I want you to know that none of what happened to you was your fault. You were just a little boy who needed care and protection, and instead of providing that, I hurt you in ways that no child should ever experience." The acknowledgement was something Harry had never expected to hear from Vernon, and its impact was more profound than he had anticipated. For years, a part of him had wondered if perhaps he had somehow deserved the treatment he had received, if there had been something fundamentally wrong with him that had justified the abuse and neglect. "Thank you for saying that," Harry replied honestly. "For a long time, I believed that there must be something wrong with me to make you and Aunt Petunia treat me the way you did. It helps to hear you take responsibility and acknowledge that the problem was never with me." The conversation continued for another hour as Vernon described his participation in the prison therapy programs and his growing understanding of the damage he had inflicted, not just on Harry, but on his own family through his patterns of violence and emotional abuse. He spoke with apparent sincerity about his regret and his hope that Harry would be able to build a happy life despite the trauma of his early years. When the visit concluded, Harry felt a sense of closure that he had not expected. The meeting had not erased the years of abuse or somehow transformed Vernon into the uncle Harry had once desperately hoped he might become, but it had provided acknowledgement and accountability that helped put the past into proper perspective. As Harry prepared to leave Hogwarts for the final time as a student, he participated in one last session with the peer support group that had become such an important part of the school's approach to student welfare. The circle of students represented all 4 houses and multiple year levels, their presence serving as evidence of how thoroughly the culture of the school had changed. A second-year Ravenclaw girl raised her hand to address the group, her voice steady despite the obvious emotion behind her words. "Harry, I wanted to thank you for everything you've done to make Hogwarts a safe place for students like me. When I arrived here last year, I was terrified that I would be alone with my family problems like I had been at home. Finding out that there were people here who would listen and help made all the difference." The sentiment was echoed by other students whose stories represented the full spectrum of family dysfunction and childhood trauma. Some had experienced physical abuse, others emotional neglect. Still others, the complex challenges of growing up in families where magical abilities were feared or misunderstood. What united them was their willingness to seek help and their commitment to ensuring that other students would have access to the same support they had received. A seventh-year Slytherin boy, whose aristocratic background had initially made him resistant to Harry's message about child welfare, spoke with the conviction of someone whose perspective had been fundamentally changed by his experiences at the reformed Hogwarts. When I first heard Harry speak about abuse and family problems, I thought it was weakness to admit that adults in your life might hurt you. My family had taught me that loyalty meant accepting whatever treatment you received and never questioning authority. But I've learned that real strength comes from protecting yourself and others, not from suffering in silence. As the final meeting concluded and students began to disperse for the last time, Harry felt the bittersweet emotions that came with endings that were also beginnings. His time at Hogwarts had been transformative in ways that went far beyond academic learning, providing him with the skills and confidence he would need to continue his advocacy work on an even larger scale. The graduation ceremony itself was a celebration not just of academic achievement, but of the personal growth that had characterized Harry's time at the school. As head boy, he addressed his fellow graduates with words that reflected both his individual journey and the broader transformation of their educational community. 5 years ago, many of us arrived at Hogwarts, carrying burdens that no child should have to bear. Some of us had experienced abuse, neglect, or family dysfunction that had taught us to expect cruelty rather than kindness from the adults in our lives. We had learned to hide our pain, to minimize our needs, and to accept treatment that was fundamentally unworthy of our humanity. The words resonated through the Great Hall, reaching students and families who had their own experiences with trauma and recovery. But this school taught us something different. It taught us that our voices matter, that our experiences deserve to be heard and validated, and that seeking help is a sign of strength rather than weakness. Most importantly, it taught us that we have the power to ensure that other children don't have to suffer the way we once did. As Harry accepted his diploma and prepared to begin the next phase of his education and advocacy work, he looked out at the assembled crowd and saw faces that represented hope rather than fear, strength rather than victimization, community rather than isolation. The boy who had once been too frightened to tell anyone about his living conditions had become a young man whose voice carried the power to transform institutions and inspire others to speak their own truth. The magic that had made this transformation possible was not the kind taught in classes or performed with wands. It was the magic of ordinary people choosing to care for extraordinary children, and extraordinary children choosing to use their gifts to ensure that ordinary kindness became the foundation of an entire society's approach to protecting and nurturing its future. Years later, as Harry established his practice as an international consultant on magical child welfare and continued to receive letters from children around the world who had found the courage to seek help, he would remember this graduation day as the moment when his calling became clear. The work would continue, the children would be protected, and the silence that had once surrounded childhood suffering had been broken forever. It was, he knew, the most important magic he would ever perform. The silence that followed Harry's admission stretched between them like a chasm. Mrs. Henley sat perfectly still for several heartbeats, her professional composure maintained even as Harry watched a storm of emotions flicker across her features: anger, sadness, determination, and something else that Harry could not quite identify, but that made him feel less alone than he had in years. When she finally spoke, her voice was steady and warm, though Harry caught the slight tremor beneath her careful control. "Harry, I need you to understand something very important. What you've just told me takes incredible courage, and I'm proud of you for trusting me with this. You've done nothing wrong by telling me the truth." She moved her chair slightly closer, maintaining the gentle distance that let Harry feel safe while still offering comfort through her presence. Now, I'm going to ask you some questions that might be difficult to answer, but everything you tell me will help the people who can protect you do their jobs better. Can you be brave for just a little while longer?" Harry nodded, though his hands were shaking slightly in his lap. The words he had spoken aloud felt strange and dangerous, as if saying them had made them more real somehow. For years the abuse had been his secret burden, something that happened in the shadows of Privet Drive where no one else could see or judge. Now that burden was shared, and Harry was not sure whether that made him feel lighter or more terrified. "Can you tell me more about the cupboard where you sleep? How long have you been sleeping there?" "Always," Harry whispered. "Since I was little. Aunt Petunia says it's where I belong because I'm not really part of their family." Mrs. Henley's jaw tightened almost imperceptibly, but her voice remained gentle. "And the times when they don't let you eat? Can you tell me about that?" "Sometimes when Uncle Vernon gets really angry about the strange things that happen, he says I don't deserve food until I learn to be normal. Once I didn't eat for 3 days because I made glass disappear at the zoo." "Made glass disappear?" Mrs. Henley's eyebrows rose slightly, but not with the skepticism Harry had expected. Instead, she looked genuinely curious, as if she were trying to understand rather than dismiss his words. There was this snake at the zoo, and Dudley was being mean to it. I felt sorry for it being trapped in the glass case, and I wished the glass would go away so it could be free. Then suddenly the glass was gone, and Dudley fell into the tank and the snake escaped. Harry waited for Mrs. Henley to laugh, or tell him he was making things up, the way Uncle Vernon always did when he tried to explain the strange incidents. Instead, she nodded thoughtfully, as if what he had said made perfect sense. "These strange things that happen around you, Harry, do they occur when you're feeling strong emotions? When you're upset or frightened or angry?" The question surprised Harry with its perceptiveness. He thought back to all the incidents that had made Uncle Vernon so furious. The time his hair had grown back overnight after Aunt Petunia had cut it too short. The morning he had somehow ended up on the school roof when Dudley's gang was chasing him. Yesterday's roses blooming out of season. "Yes," Harry said slowly. "Usually when I'm scared or angry or sad. I don't mean to make them happen. I don't even know how they happen." "I believe you," Mrs. Henley said firmly. "And I want you to know that having these abilities doesn't make you a freak or wrong or deserving of punishment. Some people are just different, and different can be wonderful." The acceptance in her voice was so unexpected that Harry felt tears prick his eyes. No adult had ever spoken to him this way before, as if he were a person worthy of respect and understanding, rather than a burden to be managed or punished. Mrs. Henley glanced at the clock on the wall, then reached for the telephone on her desk. "Harry, I need to make a very important phone call to some people who help children in situations like yours. While I'm talking to them, I'd like you to draw or write about your home situation. Anything you can remember that shows how you've been treated. Can you do that for me?" She handed him a fresh sheet of paper and a box of colored pencils. Harry accepted them with trembling hands, still unused to adults offering him things without expecting something in return. Mrs. Henley dialed a number she read from a small card, then turned slightly away from Harry to speak in low, urgent tones. Harry caught fragments of her conversation as he began to draw. "Child Protection Services? This is Catherine Henley at St. Bartholomew's Primary School. I need to report a case of severe abuse and neglect involving one of my students." The words sent a chill down Harry's spine. This was really happening. After years of suffering in silence, someone was finally taking action to protect him. The thought was both thrilling and terrifying. 9 years old. Physical abuse, emotional abuse, severe neglect. The child has been locked in a cupboard for sleeping arrangements and subjected to food deprivation as punishment. Yes, I have visible evidence of bruising. Harry's pencil moved across the paper, almost without conscious thought, sketching the familiar confines of the cupboard under the stairs. He drew the single light bulb that hung from the ceiling, the spiders in the corners, the lock on the outside of the door. The drawing that emerged was stark and heartbreaking, a child's perspective on a space no child should ever call home. Mrs. Henley's conversation continued, her professional vocabulary mixing with barely controlled emotion. The relatives he lives with? Yes. Uncle and aunt. No, this isn't a recent development. The child indicates this has been ongoing for years. I need someone here as soon as possible. She paused, listening to the person on the other end of the line. Mrs. Sarah Mitchell? Yes, that would be excellent. How soon can she be here? I see. I'll keep the child safe until then. When Mrs. Henley hung up the phone, she turned back to Harry with a reassuring smile that didn't quite hide the worry in her eyes. A very nice lady named Sarah Mitchell is going to come here to talk with you, Harry. She's what we call a social worker, and her job is to help children who aren't being treated properly at home. She'll be here within the hour. What happens then? Harry asked, his voice small with uncertainty. Then she'll ask you some of the same questions I did, and she'll start the process of making sure you're safe. There might be some difficult conversations and some changes, but I promise you that everything we do will be focused on protecting you. Harry looked down at his drawing, then up at Mrs. Henley's kind face. For the first time in his memory, an adult was making him promises about his safety instead of threats about his behavior. Will you stay with me when she comes? Of course, Mrs. Henley said without hesitation. I'll be right here with you through all of this. The classroom fell into a comfortable quiet as they waited. Mrs. Henley busied herself with grading papers, occasionally glancing up to offer Harry an encouraging smile. Harry continued drawing, moving on to sketch the garden scene with the roses, then the kitchen where he often stood on a chair to wash dishes that were too large for his small hands. Time seemed to move strangely, each minute stretching like an hour while simultaneously rushing past too quickly. Harry found himself alternately hoping Sarah Mitchell would arrive immediately and wishing she would never come at all. Change was frightening, even when the current situation was unbearable. A soft knock on the classroom door interrupted his thoughts. Mrs. Henley rose to answer it, and Harry saw a woman in her mid-30s enter the room. Sarah Mitchell was shorter than Mrs. Henley, with curly brown hair and intelligent hazel eyes behind wire-rimmed glasses. She carried a leather briefcase and moved with the confident but gentle demeanor of someone accustomed to working with frightened children. You must be Harry, Sarah said, approaching his desk slowly and crouching down to his eye level rather than towering over him. I'm Sarah Mitchell. Mrs. Henley called me because she's concerned about you, and I'd like to talk with you about how things are going at home. Would that be all right? Harry looked to Mrs. Henley, who nodded encouragingly, then back to Sarah. Something about the social worker's calm, straightforward manner helped ease the knot of anxiety in his chest. I suppose so, he said quietly. Excellent. Is it all right if we sit at that round table over there? Sometimes it's easier to talk when we're not sitting in rows like we're taking a test. The round table was in the reading corner, surrounded by comfortable chairs and shelves full of books. It felt less formal and intimidating than the regular desks. Sarah settled herself across from Harry, while Mrs. Henley took a seat nearby, close enough to offer support, but far enough away to give them space to talk. Harry, Mrs. Henley has told me a little bit about your situation, but I'd like to hear it in your own words. Can you tell me about where you live and who takes care of you? I live with my aunt and uncle, the Dursleys, and my cousin Dudley on Privet Drive, Harry began, the words coming easier now that he had already told the story once. My parents died when I was a baby, and the Dursleys took me in. But they don't really want me there. Sarah nodded, making notes in a small notebook she had pulled from her briefcase. Can you tell me about your living arrangements? Where do you sleep? Where you keep your belongings, that sort of thing? Harry described the cupboard in detail, watching Sarah's expression grow increasingly grave as he spoke. When he mentioned sleeping on the thin mattress, surrounded by cleaning supplies and spiders, Sarah's pen paused on the paper. "How long have you been sleeping in the cupboard, Harry?" "Always. Aunt Petunia says my parents left me as a burden, and I should be grateful they didn't put me in an orphanage." "And meals? Can you tell me about when and what you eat?" This question was harder to answer, partly because the Dursleys' system of food as reward and punishment was so complex and arbitrary. Harry explained about missing meals when he had been bad, about watching Dudley eat enormous portions while he received tiny servings, about the days when he was given nothing but water and stale bread. Sarah's questions continued, each one gentle but thorough. She asked about school, about friends, about whether any other adults had noticed his situation. She asked about the bruises, and Harry showed her the marks on his arms while explaining how Uncle Vernon's grip had left them there. "Harry, these strange things that happen around you that make your uncle angry. Can you give me some examples?" Harry hesitated, glancing at Mrs. Henley for reassurance. Both women looked at him with patient, accepting expressions that encouraged him to continue. "Yesterday I made all the roses in the garden bloom at the same time, even though it's September and they shouldn't be flowering any more. Last month I was on the ground running from some bullies, and somehow I ended up on the school roof without climbing anything. When I was 7, I made my hair grow back overnight after Aunt Petunia cut it too short." Sarah wrote down every word without the skepticism Harry had expected. When he finished, she looked up from her notes with a thoughtful expression. "These incidents, do they happen when you're feeling particularly upset or frightened?" "Yes. I never mean for them to happen, but Uncle Vernon says they prove I'm a freak, and that's why my parents died. He says if I can't learn to be normal, I don't deserve to be treated like a normal person. Harry, I want to be very clear about this. Nothing you've described makes you a freak or abnormal in any negative way. Some people have unusual abilities, and that's nothing to be ashamed of. More importantly, even if you were somehow different from other children, that would never justify the way you've been treated." Sarah closed her notebook and leaned forward slightly, her voice taking on a more serious tone. "Harry, based on what you've told me, I believe you're in danger if you continue living with the Dursleys. I'm going to start the process immediately to remove you from that home and place you somewhere safe." The words hit Harry like a physical blow, even though he had known this might be the outcome. Leaving the Dursleys meant leaving everything familiar, even if that familiarity was painful. It meant stepping into an unknown future with strangers who might turn out to be just as cruel in different ways. "Where would I go?" he asked, his voice barely above a whisper. "For tonight, probably to a temporary foster family, while we sort out the best long-term placement for you. There are people who have been specially trained to help children in your situation, Harry. People who understand that you've been through trauma and who want to help you heal." Sarah glanced at Mrs. Henley, then back to Harry. "But first I need to see your living situation for myself and speak with your uncle and aunt. I know that sounds frightening, but you won't be alone during any of this. Either Mrs. Henley or I will be with you at all times." "What if Uncle Vernon gets really angry?" Harry asked, the familiar fear rising in his chest. "What if he hurts me because I told?" "That's not going to happen," Sarah said firmly. "When we go to Privet Drive, there will be a police officer with us to make sure everyone stays safe. Your uncle will not be allowed to hurt you or even touch you." The idea of a police officer seemed both reassuring and terrifying. Harry had always been taught that police were for criminals, and Uncle Vernon had often threatened that Harry would end up in prison if anyone found out about the strange things that happened around him. "Am I in trouble?" Harry asked. "Will I go to jail because of the weird things I can do?" Sarah's expression softened with something that looked like anger on his behalf. "Harry, you are not in trouble. You have done nothing wrong. The people who are in trouble are the adults who were supposed to take care of you and chose to hurt you instead. Everything we're doing is about protecting you, not punishing you." She reached into a briefcase and pulled out a small card with colorful pictures on it. This is a card that explains children's rights. It says that every child deserves to be safe, to be fed, to have a proper place to sleep, and to be treated with kindness. You deserve all of those things, Harry, and my job is to make sure you get them. Harry took the card with trembling hands, staring at the cheerful illustrations of children playing and laughing. The concept of having rights was foreign to him. He had always been told he was lucky to have a roof over his head, and that expecting anything more was ungrateful. Mrs. Henley, who had been quietly listening to the conversation, finally spoke up. "Sarah, what's the timeline for this intervention? I want to make sure Harry has all the support he needs during the transition. I'm going to call my supervisor and request immediate emergency removal authorization. Given the severity of what Harry has described, especially the inappropriate sleeping arrangements and food deprivation, I don't think there will be any delay. We should be able to move forward this afternoon." Sarah turned back to Harry, her expression gentle but serious. "Harry, I need to ask you one more very important question. Has anyone else ever hurt you the way your uncle and aunt have? Any other family members, neighbors, anyone at all?" Harry shook his head. Apart from Dudley's bullying, which seemed minor compared to the adults' treatment, the Dursleys were his only real contact with the outside world. "And is there anyone you feel especially close to? Anyone you would want to stay in contact with during this process?" Harry looked at Mrs. Henley, the only adult who had ever shown him genuine kindness. "Mrs. Henley," he said simply. "I think that can be arranged," Sarah said with a smile. "Mrs. Henley, would you be willing to serve as a support person for Harry during the transition? Sometimes it helps children to have a familiar, trusted adult involved in the process." "Of course," Mrs. Henley said immediately. "I'll do whatever I can to help Harry through this." The relief Harry felt at hearing those words was overwhelming. Whatever came next, he would not have to face it completely alone. Sarah gathered her papers and stood up, her movements brisk and purposeful, now that decisions had been made. "Harry, I'm going to make some phone calls to set everything in motion. Mrs. Henley, would it be possible for you to stay with Harry for another hour or so, while I arrange for the emergency placement and coordinate with the police?" "Absolutely. Harry and I can work on his geography project while we wait. That will give us something normal to focus on." As Sarah stepped into the hallway to make her calls, Mrs. Henley pulled her chair closer to Harry's. "How are you feeling about all of this?" she asked gently. "Scared," Harry admitted, "but also maybe a little bit hopeful." "Is that strange?" "It's not strange at all. Change is always frightening, even when we know it's for the better. You've been incredibly brave today, Harry. Braver than most adults would be in your situation." She handed him a book about Scotland from her classroom library. "Why don't we look at some pictures of Scottish castles while we wait? You can start thinking about which ones you might want to include in your presentation." Harry opened the book carefully, as if it were made of precious materials. The pages were filled with photographs of ancient stones and rolling hills, places that looked peaceful and far away from everything he had known. As he studied the images, he tried to imagine what it would be like to live somewhere beautiful and safe. Mrs. Henley sat beside him in comfortable silence, occasionally pointing out interesting details in the photographs or sharing little facts about Scottish history. Her presence was steady and reassuring, an anchor of kindness in what felt like a storm of change and uncertainty. Through the classroom windows, Harry could see the normal afternoon activities of the school. Children playing on the playground, teachers chatting in the corridors, parents beginning to arrive for pickup. His life was about to change in ways he could not yet comprehend, but in this moment, surrounded by books and kindness, he felt safer than he had ever felt before. Sarah returned after what felt like both an eternity and no time at all, her expression efficient but gentle. "Everything is arranged," she announced. "Harry, in about 30 minutes, a very nice police officer named Constable Williams and I are going to drive you to Privet Drive to collect your belongings and speak with your uncle and aunt. Then we'll take you to meet the Henderson family, who have agreed to provide emergency foster care for you tonight." The reality of it all suddenly hit Harry like a wave. Tonight he would sleep somewhere other than the cupboard under the stairs. Tonight he would eat dinner without wondering if it would be taken away as punishment. Tonight he would be surrounded by strangers, but strangers who had chosen to help him rather than hurt him. "What should I pack?" Harry asked, his practical side asserting itself despite his emotional turmoil. "Whatever belongs to you and has special meaning. Clothes, books, toys, anything that's important to you." Harry almost laughed at the question. His possessions could fit in a single small bag, a few items of clothing, all hand-me-downs from Dudley. No toys to speak of, since the Dursleys had never given him any, and he had never had money to buy his own. No books, since he was only allowed to use library books at school. "I don't really have very much," he said simply. "That's all right," Sarah assured him. "The Henderson family has children of their own, and they've prepared everything you might need for tonight. Tomorrow we can talk about getting you some things of your own." Mrs. Henley reached into her desk drawer and pulled out a small wrapped package. "Harry, I want you to have this. Consider it an early birthday present." Harry unwrapped the paper carefully, revealing a small notebook with a leather cover and a pen attached with a ribbon. "For writing about your experiences, or your feelings, or anything else you want to remember," Mrs. Henley explained. "Sometimes writing things down helps us process them." It was the first gift Harry had ever received from an adult who cared about him, and he clutched it to his chest like a treasure. "Thank you," he whispered, his voice thick with emotion. "You're very welcome. And remember, this isn't goodbye. I'll still be your teacher, and I'll still be here whenever you need someone to talk to." A knock on the classroom door announced the arrival of Constable Williams, a tall man with kind eyes and a reassuring presence. He introduced himself to Harry with the same gentle professionalism that Sarah had shown, explaining his role in ensuring everyone's safety during the transition. As they prepared to leave for Privet Drive, Harry felt a strange mixture of terror and anticipation. The life he had known, terrible as it was ending. What lay ahead was unknown, but full of possibility. For the first time in 9 years, Harry Potter was going home with the knowledge that he would never have to stay there again. The ride to Privet Drive passed in tense silence, broken only by the occasional murmur of the police radio and Sarah's gentle reassurances to Harry. Constable Williams drove with practiced calm while Sarah sat in the back seat with Harry, her presence a steady comfort against the growing anxiety that threatened to overwhelm him as they approached his former prison. Harry pressed his face to the window as they turned onto Privet Drive, watching the familiar street where he had spent 9 years of his life in misery. The neat gardens and tidy driveways looked exactly as they always had, a picture of suburban respectability that hid the ugly truth behind the door of number 4. Mrs. Figg was visible in her front garden, ostensibly tending to her flower beds, but clearly watching their arrival with sharp, calculating eyes. Constable Williams parked directly in front of the Dursley house, the police car's presence immediately drawing the attention of curious neighbours. Harry saw curtains twitch in windows up and down the street as residents tried to get a better view of the unexpected drama unfolding in their quiet neighbourhood. "Remember, Harry," Sarah said softly as they prepared to get out of the car, "you're completely safe. Constable Williams and I won't let anyone hurt you, and this will all be over soon." Harry nodded, though his stomach felt like it was tied in knots. The front door of number 4 opened before they had even reached the garden gate, revealing Uncle Vernon's massive form filling the doorway. His face was already an alarming shade of purple, and Harry could see the vein in his temple that always bulged when he was working himself into a rage. "What is the meaning of this?" Vernon bellowed, his voice carrying clearly down the street. "Why are there police at my house? What has that boy been saying?" "Mr. Dursley," Sarah said calmly as they approached, her professional demeanour unruffled by Vernon's bluster. "I'm Sarah Mitchell from Surrey Social Services. We need to speak with you and your wife about Harry's living situation." "Living situation?" Vernon's small eyes darted between Sarah and the police officer, calculation replacing some of the anger in his expression. "There's nothing wrong with his living situation. We've provided that boy with everything he needs, despite his ungrateful attitude." Constable Williams stepped forward slightly, his imposing presence serving as a subtle reminder that this was an official investigation rather than a social call. "Mr. Dursley, we'd appreciate your cooperation in this matter. May we come inside to discuss this privately?" Vernon's mouth opened and closed several times like a fish gasping for air, before he finally stepped aside to allow them entry. Harry followed the adults into the house he had hoped never to see again, his hands trembling slightly as familiar smells and sounds triggered memories of years of fear and pain. The front hallway looked exactly as it always had, with Aunt Petunia's precious photographs of Dudley lining the walls and the coat hooks where Harry had never been allowed to hang anything of his own. The cupboard under the stairs loomed to his right, its door closed, but somehow emanating menace like a crouched predator. Petunia emerged from the kitchen, her thin face pinched with worry and barely concealed hostility. She wore her best dress, the one she saved for special occasions, as if proper appearance might somehow deflect the seriousness of the situation. "Vernon, what's going on? Who are these people?" "Aunt Petunia," Sarah said pleasantly, extending her hand in greeting. "I'm Sarah Mitchell from Social Services. We're here to discuss Harry's welfare." Petunia ignored the offered handshake, instead wrapping her arms around herself defensively. "His welfare is perfectly fine. We've clothed him and fed him and put a roof over his head for 9 years without any help from anyone. I don't see why that's anyone else's business." "Mrs. Dursley," Constable Williams interjected, "this is actually very much our business when it concerns the safety and well-being of a child. We'd like to ask you both some questions about Harry's living arrangements." Vernon puffed out his chest indignantly, clearly unused to being questioned by authority figures in his own home. "Living arrangements? The boy has a perfectly adequate room upstairs. He's fed regular meals and taken to school every day. I don't know what lies he's been telling, but—" "Actually, Mr. Dursley," Sarah interrupted smoothly, "Harry has told us he sleeps in the cupboard under the stairs. Would you mind showing us this space?" The silence that followed was deafening. Vernon's face cycled through several shades of red and purple, while Petunia's mouth fell open in shock. For a moment, Harry thought Uncle Vernon might actually explode from the pressure of his rage. That's temporary," Vernon finally sputtered. "We were redecorating his proper room, and he needed somewhere to sleep for a few nights." Sarah's expression remained neutral, but Harry caught the slight tightening around her eyes that suggested she was not buying the explanation. "I see. And how long has this temporary arrangement been in place?" "Just a few weeks," Petunia said quickly, jumping in to support her husband's lie. "We wanted to surprise him with new wallpaper." Sarah nodded thoughtfully, then turned to Harry with a gentle expression. "Harry, is that accurate? Have you only been sleeping in the cupboard for a few weeks while your room was being redecorated?" Harry looked at his aunt and uncle, seeing the barely concealed threat in their eyes, despite the presence of the police officer. For a moment, the old fear rose in his throat, choking off his voice. But then he remembered Mrs. Henley's words about courage and the promise that he would never have to stay here again. "No," Harry said quietly but clearly. "I've slept in the cupboard for as long as I can remember. There is no other room. Dudley has 2 rooms upstairs, one for sleeping and one for his toys, but I've never had a bedroom." The impact of his words on the adults was immediate and dramatic. Constable Williams's jaw tightened visibly, while Sarah's professional mask slipped slightly to reveal a flash of anger. Vernon and Petunia both started talking at once, their voices rising in protest and denial. "That's not true. He's lying. The boy always makes up stories. He's ungrateful, and—" "Enough," Constable Williams said firmly, his voice cutting through their protests like a knife. "Mr. and Mrs. Dursley, we're going to need to see this cupboard immediately." Sarah placed a protective hand on Harry's shoulder as Vernon reluctantly led them to the cupboard door. His movements were jerky with suppressed rage, and Harry could practically feel the fury radiating from his uncle's massive frame. Vernon's hand hesitated on the door handle for a moment, as if he were hoping the cupboard might have magically transformed into something less damning. When he finally opened the door, the sight that greeted the investigating adults was even worse than Harry had described. The space was barely large enough for a grown person to crouch in, let alone sleep. A thin, stained mattress lay on the floor, surrounded by cleaning supplies, old boots, and spider webs. A single bare light bulb hung from the low ceiling, and the air was stale and musty. Harry's few possessions were piled in one corner, several oversized shirts, and a pair of broken glasses held together with tape. Sarah crouched down to peer into the space, her professional composure finally cracking as she took in the full horror of what she was seeing. When she stood up, her face was pale, but her voice was steady with controlled fury. "Mr. and Mrs. Dursley, this is completely unacceptable. No child should ever be expected to sleep in conditions like these." "It's temporary," Petunia insisted, shrilly, but her voice lacked conviction, even to her own ears. "For 9 years?" Constable Williams asked pointedly. "Because that's how long Harry says he's been living in there." Sarah was already pulling out her camera, documenting the scene with quick, efficient movements. Each flash illuminated the squalid conditions more starkly, creating a permanent record of Harry's living situation. "Harry, could you show us your belongings?" Sarah asked gently. "We'll need to pack everything that belongs to you." Harry squeezed into the familiar space one last time, gathering his meager possessions with shaking hands. The broken glasses, a few books he had managed to rescue from Dudley's discards, the oversized clothing that had never properly fit him. It all fit easily into a single small bag that Constable Williams provided. As Harry emerged from the cupboard with his belongings, he caught sight of movement in the front window. Mrs. Figg was standing in her garden, with an expression of profound distress on her weathered face, as if she were watching something terrible unfold, but was powerless to stop it. Sarah was continuing her documentation, photographing the stairs above the cupboard, where Harry would have heard every footstep of the family he was never allowed to truly join. She took pictures of the kitchen, where he had prepared meals he was not always allowed to eat, the sitting room where he had cleaned but never relaxed. "Mrs. Dursley," Sarah said as she worked, "can you tell me about Harry's meal schedule? What and when does he typically eat?" The question seemed to catch Petunia off guard, and she glanced nervously at Vernon before responding. "He eats the same as everyone else. Breakfast, lunch, dinner." "I don't see why that's relevant." "Harry, is that accurate?" Harry looked at his aunt, remembering countless meals he had watched the family eat while his own stomach cramped with hunger. He thought of the times he had been sent to bed without dinner as punishment for minor infractions, the way food had been used as a weapon against him. "Sometimes I miss meals when I've done something wrong," Harry said quietly. "Sometimes for several days if Uncle Vernon is really angry." "Several days?" Constable Williams repeated, his voice sharp with disbelief. "He's exaggerating," Vernon said quickly. "Maybe he misses a meal here and there when he misbehaves, but that's normal discipline." "Mr. Dursley," Sarah said coldly, "withholding food from a child is not normal discipline. It's abuse." The word hung in the air like a thunderclap. Abuse. The thing that had been happening to Harry for years finally had a name, spoken aloud by an authority figure who had the power to do something about it. Vernon's face went through another spectacular color change, settling on a mottled purple that suggested he might be having some sort of medical emergency. "Now see here," he blustered. "We've done nothing but try to make the best of a bad situation. That boy was dumped on our doorstep without any choice on our part, and we've done our duty by him despite his abnormalities." "Abnormalities?" Sarah asked sharply. Harry felt his heart sink as Vernon's mouth opened to deliver what would surely be a tirade about freakishness and unnaturalness. But before his uncle could speak, something extraordinary happened. The light bulb above their heads exploded in a shower of sparks. Everyone jumped back as glass rained down around them, and for a moment the hallway was plunged into relative darkness. Harry felt the familiar surge of emotion that always preceded the strange incidents, a mixture of fear and anger, and desperate hope that somehow this time would be different. "What the devil was that?" Vernon roared, his voice containing an edge of fear beneath the bluster. Sarah was already on her radio, calling for backup and reporting the incident to her supervisor. Constable Williams had moved protectively in front of Harry, clearly interpreting the light bulb explosion as some sort of threat rather than the accidental magic it actually was. In the confusion that followed, Harry caught sight of Mrs. Figg again through the front window. She was no longer pretending to tend her garden, but was instead standing at her front gate with an expression of panic on her face. Even from a distance, Harry could see her lips moving rapidly, as if she were speaking urgently to someone who was not there. Sarah finished her radio conversation and turned back to the family with renewed determination. "Mr. and Mrs. Dursley, based on what I've seen here today, I'm immediately removing Harry from this home for his own safety. He'll be placed in emergency foster care while we conduct a full investigation into his treatment." "You can't do that," Petunia shrieked, her composure finally cracking completely. "He's family. He belongs with us." "Mrs. Dursley," Constable Williams said firmly, "Harry belongs in a safe environment where his basic needs are met. From what we've seen today, that environment is not this house." Vernon took a threatening step toward Harry, his massive fists clenched at his sides. "This is all you're doing, you ungrateful little freak. After everything we've done for you, this is how you repay us?" "Mr. Dursley," Constable Williams said sharply, stepping between Vernon and Harry, "you need to step back immediately. Any attempt to intimidate or threaten the child will result in your immediate arrest." The confrontation was interrupted by a sharp knock on the front door. Vernon looked around wildly, as if hoping for rescue from some unexpected quarter. When he opened the door, Harry was surprised to see the headmaster of St. Bartholomew's Primary School, Mr. Jameson, standing on the doorstep with Mrs. Henley beside him. "I hope you don't mind the intrusion, Mr." Jameson said politely, though his usually cheerful demeanor was notably absent. "We heard there might be some sort of situation involving one of our students." Mrs. Henley's eyes immediately found Harry, and her face brightened with relief when she saw that he appeared to be unharmed. "Harry," she said warmly, "how are you holding up?" The simple question, asked with genuine concern, nearly undid Harry's carefully maintained composure. After the hostility and denial he had just witnessed from the Dursleys, Mrs. Henley's kindness felt like a lifeline thrown to a drowning person. "I'm okay," he managed to say, though his voice was shaky with emotion. Mr. Jameson surveyed the scene with the practiced eye of an educator who had dealt with difficult family situations before. He took in the police presence, the tension radiating from the Dursleys, and Harry's obvious distress. "Miss Mitchell, isn't it? I understand you're conducting an investigation into Harry's home situation." "That's correct," Sarah replied. "We're in the process of removing Harry from this home due to unsafe living conditions and evidence of abuse and neglect." Mr. Jameson nodded gravely, then turned to address the Dursleys directly. "Mr. and Mrs. Dursley, I want you to know that the school has been concerned about Harry's welfare for some time. We've documented numerous instances of what appeared to be neglect or mistreatment." "That's a lie," Vernon sputtered. "We've never had any complaints from the school about our treatment of the boy." "Mr. Dursley," Mrs. Henley said quietly, "I've personally observed bruises, signs of malnutrition, inappropriate clothing, and behavioral indicators of abuse on multiple occasions. I've been documenting these concerns for weeks while trying to decide how best to help Harry. Vernon's mouth opened and closed soundlessly as he realized that his carefully maintained facade had been crumbling for longer than he had known. The idea that his treatment of Harry had been observed and judged by professionals clearly shook him to his core. Sarah was gathering her documentation and preparing to leave with Harry when another unexpected visitor appeared at the door. This time, it was an elderly woman with silver hair and sharp blue eyes, wearing robes that seemed oddly out of place in the suburban setting. "I beg your pardon," the woman said in a crisp Scottish accent, "but I'm Professor McGonagall from Harry's future educational institution. I understand there's been some sort of emergency involving his living situation." Harry stared at the newcomer in confusion. He had never seen her before in his life, yet something about her presence felt significant in a way he could not quite understand. She carried herself with an authority that seemed to demand respect, and even Vernon appeared intimidated by her sudden appearance. Sarah looked between the growing crowd of adults with barely concealed exasperation. "I appreciate everyone's concern for Harry's welfare, but right now, my priority is getting him to a safe environment. We can arrange meetings to discuss his educational needs once he's properly settled." Professor McGonagall's eyes found Harry's with laser-like intensity, and for a moment he felt as if she were seeing directly into his soul. "Of course," the woman said smoothly. "The child's safety must come first. However, I should mention that there are certain special considerations regarding Harry's care that will need to be addressed." "Special considerations?" Constable Williams asked sharply. "Harry has certain unique needs that require specialized understanding," Professor McGonagall replied diplomatically. "I'd be happy to discuss the details with the appropriate authorities once arrangements have been made for his immediate care." Before anyone could ask what these mysterious special considerations might be, Harry felt another surge of the strange energy that always preceded the impossible incidents. This time, however, it was stronger than anything he had ever experienced before. Every light in the house began to flicker simultaneously. The television in the sitting room turned on by itself, cycling rapidly through channels. In the kitchen, cabinet doors swung open and closed, as if moved by invisible hands. Everyone in the hallway froze, staring around in shock and confusion as the house seemed to come alive around them. Vernon's face went completely white, while Petunia let out a small shriek of terror. "What in God's name is happening?" Constable Williams demanded, his hand moving instinctively toward his radio. Professor McGonagall, however, seemed completely unsurprised by the supernatural chaos. If anything, she appeared satisfied, as if the display confirmed something she had suspected. "Harry," the woman said gently, "you need to try to calm down. I know you're frightened, but you're perfectly safe now." To everyone's amazement, her words seemed to have an immediate effect. The lights stopped flickering, the television fell silent, and the cabinet doors swung shut with soft clicks. The house settled back into normal stillness, leaving everyone staring at Harry with varying degrees of shock and confusion. "How did you know to say that?" Sarah asked Professor McGonagall suspiciously. "Experience with children who have unusual stress responses," the woman replied smoothly. "Harry is going to need very specialized care to help him manage these episodes." Sarah looked like she wanted to ask more questions, but Constable Williams was already moving toward the door with clear intent to end the increasingly bizarre situation. "Right then, I think we've seen quite enough. Harry, are you ready to go?" Harry nodded, clutching his small bag of belongings and looking around the house one last time. Despite all the pain and fear associated with Privet Drive, it was still the only home he had ever known. Leaving it felt like stepping off a cliff into an unknown void. Mrs. Henley approached him as they prepared to leave, her expression warm with encouragement. "Harry, I want you to remember that you're incredibly brave, and that none of what happened here was your fault. Your new family is going to take wonderful care of you, and I'll see you at school tomorrow, just like always." The promise of continuity, of something familiar remaining in his rapidly changing world, brought tears to Harry's eyes. He hugged Mrs. Henley impulsively, feeling her arms wrap around him with the careful gentleness of someone who understood he was still healing. As they walked toward the police car, Harry could see neighbours gathered at windows and in gardens all along Privet Drive. The quiet suburban street had probably never seen such drama, and he wondered what stories would be told about this day in the months and years to come. Mrs. Figg was still standing at her garden gate, her weathered face creased with what looked like genuine anguish. As Harry passed by, she reached out as if she wanted to say something, but then seemed to think better of it, and pulled her hand back. In the car, Sarah sat beside Harry again, while Professor McGonagall somehow managed to squeeze into the front passenger seat despite her flowing robes. Constable Williams started the engine with obvious relief, clearly eager to leave the increasingly surreal situation behind. As they drove away from Privet Drive, Harry turned for one last look at number 4. Vernon and Petunia stood in their doorway, their faces masks of shock and fury. But it was the sight of the cupboard under the stairs, visible through the still open front door, that hit Harry the hardest. He would never sleep in that dark, cramped space again. Never wake up to the sound of Vernon's angry footsteps above his head. Never lie awake, listening to the sounds of a family eating dinner while his own stomach cramped with hunger. For the first time in 9 years, Harry Potter was truly free. The car turned the corner, and Privet Drive disappeared from view forever. Ahead lay uncertainty, but also hope. And for a boy who had known neither safety nor kindness, hope felt like the most magical thing of all. The Henderson home stood in stark contrast to everything Harry had ever known about domestic life. Located on a quiet street in Guildford, the 2-story house radiated warmth and welcome from every carefully tended detail. Window boxes overflowed with late summer flowers, a wooden swing hung from the oak tree in the front garden, and cheerful yellow curtains framed windows that glowed with lamplight against the early evening sky. Sarah Mitchell led Harry up the brick pathway, while Professor McGonagall followed at a discreet distance, her presence still unexplained, but somehow reassuring. Harry clutched his small bag of possessions and tried to calm the butterflies that had taken up residence in his stomach. Everything was happening so quickly that he barely had time to process one change before another appeared on the horizon. The front door opened before they could knock, revealing a woman in her early 40s with kind brown eyes and greying hair pulled back in a practical ponytail. She wore a flour-dusted apron over comfortable clothes, and the scent of something delicious baking drifted out from behind her. "You must be Harry," she said, with a warm smile that reached her eyes. "I'm Margaret Henderson, but you can call me Maggie if you'd like. We're so glad to have you here." Behind her, a man of similar age appeared, his sleeves rolled up and his hands clean from what had obviously been hasty washing. His smile was equally genuine as he extended his hand to Harry in a gesture of respect that no adult had ever offered him before. "I'm David Henderson," he said simply. "Welcome to our home, Harry. We hope you'll be comfortable here." The simple courtesy of being greeted as a guest, rather than an unwanted burden, was so foreign to Harry's experience that he found himself momentarily speechless. Sarah stepped in smoothly to handle the introductions, while Harry tried to adjust to the radical concept that adults might actually want him in their house. "Mr. and Mrs. Henderson, this is Harry Potter, as we discussed, and this is Professor McGonagall, who has some involvement with Harry's educational planning." Professor McGonagall stepped forward with her characteristic dignity, though Harry noticed she seemed to be choosing her words with unusual care. "Mr. and Mrs. Henderson, I want to express my gratitude for your willingness to provide emergency care for Harry, as I mentioned to Miss Mitchell. Harry has some rather unique needs that will require understanding and patience." David Henderson studied the older woman with intelligent eyes that suggested he was picking up on the undercurrents of meaning in her words. "We've been foster parents for 8 years," Professor. We've worked with children who've experienced trauma, developmental delays, and behavioral challenges. Whatever Harry needs, we'll do our best to provide it." The confidence in his voice was matched by a gentle strength that made Harry feel safer than he had in hours. These people had chosen to help children who needed them, and they spoke about it as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Maggie Henderson crouched down to Harry's eye level, her movements slow and unthreatening as she spoke directly to him. "Harry, I know this must feel very overwhelming. Everything in your life has changed today, and that's scary even when the changes are good ones. I want you to know that you're safe here, and we're going to take things one step at a time, all right?" Harry nodded, though he was not entirely sure what taking things one step at a time actually meant. In his experience, adults usually had very specific expectations about how children should behave, and the consequences for failing to meet those expectations were swift and harsh. "Are you hungry?" Maggie asked gently. "I've got shepherd's pie in the oven, and there's fresh bread cooling on the counter. We usually eat around 7, but if you're hungry now, we can certainly get you something to tide you over." The question of food was always complicated for Harry. At the Dursleys, meals had been weapons, rewards, and punishments doled out according to Vernon's mood and Harry's behavior. The idea that someone might offer him food simply because he was hungry was almost too good to believe. "I'm all right," Harry said automatically, the response conditioned by years of learning not to ask for things that might be denied. Maggie's expression suggested she understood the real meaning behind his polite refusal. Instead of pressing him, she simply nodded and stood up. "Well, dinner will be ready soon, anyway." "Would you like to see your room while we wait?" Your room. Not the cupboard, not a space grudgingly allocated because it had to be, but a room that belonged to him. Harry followed the Hendersons up a staircase, lined with family photographs, showing children of various ages in different settings. The pictures radiated happiness and inclusion, each child clearly cherished as an important part of the family unit. "This is your room," Maggie said, opening a door at the end of the hallway. "We tried to make it welcoming, but please let us know if there's anything you need to make it more comfortable." Harry stepped into the room and felt his breath catch in his throat. It was larger than the entire downstairs of the Dursley house, with a real bed covered in a soft blue comforter, a desk positioned near the window, and built-in shelves that were clearly meant to hold books and personal belongings. The walls were painted a calming pale green, and there were actual curtains on the windows rather than the bare glass that had characterized his cupboard. "The bed has clean sheets and extra blankets in case you get cold during the night," David explained, his voice matter-of-fact but kind. "The desk has paper and pens if you want to write or draw, and we've put some books on the shelves to get you started. If you prefer different stories, we can visit the library this weekend." Harry walked slowly around the room, touching the desk chair and running his fingers along the spines of the books. Fantasy novels, adventure stories, books about science and history, more reading material than he had ever had access to in his entire life, offered freely without conditions or the threat that it might be taken away. "There's a bathroom right across the hall that you'll share with our daughter Emma," Maggie added. "She's 16 and staying with her grandmother this week, but you'll meet her when she gets back. The towels on the rack are for you, and there are toiletries in the cabinet if you need anything." A bathroom he was allowed to use without permission, towels that belonged to him. The concept was so foreign that Harry had to sit down on the edge of the bed to process it properly. Sarah Mitchell, who had been quietly observing the tour, stepped forward with her professional smile firmly in place. "Mr. and Mrs. Henderson, I think this is an excellent placement for Harry. I'll need to complete some paperwork with you both, and Professor McGonagall indicated she has some information to share as well." "Of course," David said immediately. "Harry, why don't you take some time to settle in while we adults sort out the boring official business? We'll call you when dinner's ready." Professor McGonagall lingered in the doorway for a moment after the others had left, her sharp eyes taking in Harry's overwhelmed expression with what might have been sympathy. "Harry, I want you to know that these are good people who will take excellent care of you. Try to rest this evening. Tomorrow will bring new challenges. But tonight, you're safe." The door closed behind her with a soft click, leaving Harry alone in his room for the first time in his life. The silence was different from the oppressive quiet of the cupboard. This was peaceful rather than threatening, private rather than confining. Harry opened his small bag and carefully arranged his few possessions on the desk: the broken glasses, the oversized clothing, the notebook Mrs. Henley had given him that still smelled faintly of her classroom. Everything he owned in the world fit easily into one corner of the desk, leaving vast empty spaces that seemed to represent possibilities he had never dared to imagine. He sat on the bed experimentally, testing whether it would hold his weight without creaking or collapsing. The mattress was soft but supportive, covered with sheets that smelled like lavender rather than dust and cleaning supplies. When he lay back against the pillows, he found himself staring up at a ceiling that was high enough that he could stretch his arms above his head without touching anything. The sounds of the house were different, too. Instead of Vernon's angry footsteps and Petunia's sharp voice, Harry could hear the murmur of adult conversation downstairs, punctuated by occasional laughter. Someone was moving around in the kitchen, and he caught the clink of dishes being set and the soft thud of an oven door closing. Downstairs, the adults were indeed sorting out paperwork, though the conversation was far more complex than Harry could have imagined. Professor McGonagall had taken the opportunity of Harry's absence to begin explaining the magical aspects of his situation, though she was finding it more challenging than expected. "You're telling us that magic is real," David said slowly, his rational mind clearly struggling to process the information. "And that Harry is a wizard." "That's correct," Professor McGonagall replied patiently. "The incidents you witnessed today, the lights flickering and the unexplained electrical disturbances, were examples of accidental magic brought on by emotional stress." Sarah Mitchell was taking notes frantically, her social work training warring with the impossibility of what she was hearing. "Professor McGonagall, with all due respect, this sounds like something out of a fairy tale. Are you suggesting that Harry's been punished for things that were literally out of his control?" "I'm afraid that's exactly what I'm suggesting, Ms. Mitchell. The Dursleys were aware of Harry's magical nature and chose to respond with fear and violence rather than seeking appropriate help." Maggie Henderson had been listening with the careful attention of someone accustomed to dealing with unusual situations, but now she leaned forward with a concerned expression. "If Harry has these abilities, what does that mean for his care? Are there special precautions we need to take?" Professor McGonagall's expression softened slightly as she recognized the genuine concern rather than fear in the question. "Harry will need to learn to control his abilities eventually, but for now, the most important thing is providing him with stability and emotional security. Accidental magic typically decreases when a child feels safe and loved." The conversation was interrupted by a soft knock on the front door. David went to answer it, returning moments later with a tall, distinguished man in expensive robes who carried himself with unmistakable authority. "Professor McGonagall," the man said gravely, "I came as soon as I received your message. I trust the situation has been contained?" Professor McGonagall's lips tightened almost imperceptibly as she faced the newcomer. "Headmaster Dumbledore," she said coolly, "I'm afraid the situation is rather beyond containment at this point." Albus Dumbledore's blue eyes, usually twinkling with benevolent humor, were sharp with concern as he took in the presence of the Muggle authorities and foster family. "Perhaps we could speak privately for a moment." "I think not," Professor McGonagall replied firmly. "Mr. and Mrs. Henderson are Harry's current guardians, and Miss Mitchell is the social worker assigned to his case. Any decisions about Harry's care will be made with their full knowledge and consent." Dumbledore's expression suggested this was not the response he had hoped for, but he nodded graciously and turned to address the Muggles with his characteristic diplomacy. "Of course. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Albus Dumbledore, headmaster of the school where Harry will eventually receive his education. I'm here because I'm deeply concerned about his welfare." Sarah looked between the two magical authorities with growing suspicion. "Mr. Dumbledore, were you aware of Harry's living situation with the Dursleys?" The question hung in the air like a sword waiting to fall. Dumbledore's pause before answering was barely perceptible, but Professor McGonagall caught it, and her expression hardened further. "I was aware that Harry was placed with his relatives. Yes. I believed it was the safest arrangement available given certain security concerns. Security concerns that were more important than his basic welfare?" David asked quietly, his voice carrying an edge that suggested his patience was wearing thin. "Mr. Henderson, you must understand that Harry is not an ordinary child. There are those in our world who would seek to harm him because of his fame and the circumstances of his parents' death. I placed him with the Dursleys because blood relatives would provide certain magical protections." "And did you ever check on how he was being treated?" Maggie asked pointedly. "Did you ever verify that these relatives were actually caring for him properly?" Dumbledore's silence was answer enough. Professor McGonagall stepped into the uncomfortable pause with barely controlled anger. "Albus, I warned you when we placed Harry that the Dursleys were not suitable guardians. You dismissed my concerns in favor of your greater design." "The greater good required certain sacrifices," Dumbledore said quietly, but his usual conviction was notably absent. "The greater good?" Sarah repeated incredulously. "You're talking about sacrificing a child's well-being for some abstract concept of security?" Before Dumbledore could respond, their conversation was interrupted by the sound of footsteps on the stairs. Harry appeared in the doorway, drawn by voices that had grown gradually louder and more heated. The sight of Dumbledore clearly surprised him, though he could not have explained why the elderly man seemed familiar. Something about the long silver beard and half-moon spectacles triggered a sense of recognition he could not quite place. "Harry," Dumbledore said gently, his voice taking on the warm tone he typically used with children. "I'm very sorry to hear about your difficult experiences. I want you to know that I'm here to help ensure your future safety and happiness." Harry looked around the room at the assembled adults, sensing the tension that crackled between them, like electricity before a thunderstorm. "Are you here to take me away?" he asked quietly, his voice carrying the fear of someone who had just found safety and was terrified of losing it again. "No, my boy," Dumbledore assured him quickly. "I simply wanted to meet with your new guardians to discuss your unique educational needs." Professor McGonagall's snort of derision was barely audible, but Harry caught it and found himself looking at her with new interest. It was clear that these two adults, despite their similar robes and apparent shared profession, were not in agreement about something important. "Harry," Maggie said gently, "dinner's ready. Why don't you wash your hands and we'll all sit down together? Professor McGonagall and Mr. Dumbledore are welcome to join us if they'd like." The invitation was polite but pointed, clearly indicating that any further discussions would take place in Harry's presence rather than behind closed doors. Dumbledore looked as though he wanted to object, but found himself outmaneuvered by simple hospitality. The dining room was another revelation for Harry. A large oak table was set with proper place settings, including cloth napkins and multiple forks that suggested a level of formality he had only seen on television. But unlike the rigid perfection of the Dursley dining room, this space felt welcoming and lived in, with children's artwork on the walls and a comfortable mismatched collection of chairs around the table. Harry found himself seated between Maggie and Professor McGonagall, with David across from him and Sarah and Dumbledore flanking the table. The shepherd's pie was rich and fragrant, accompanied by fresh vegetables and the promised homemade bread that was still warm from the oven. For several minutes, the only sounds were the gentle clink of silverware and quiet requests to pass various dishes. Harry ate slowly, partly because he was still adjusting to the idea that no one was going to take his food away, and partly because he was listening to the undercurrents of tension that continued to flow between the adults. "Harry," David said eventually, breaking the careful silence, "Miss Mitchell tells us you're quite good at mathematics. What other subjects do you enjoy at school?" The question was clearly intended to redirect the conversation towards safer topics, but Harry found himself struggling to answer. At the Dursley house, expressing preferences or interests had often been seen as presumptuous, and he was not sure how to navigate this new environment where his opinions seemed to actually matter. "I like reading," he said carefully, "and geography. Mrs. Henley says I'm doing a project on Scotland." "Scotland is a beautiful country," Professor McGonagall said with approval. "I'm from Scotland originally, from the Highlands. What aspects of Scottish culture are you researching?" As Harry began to describe his project, he felt some of the tension in his shoulders begin to ease. This was familiar territory, academic discussion that felt safe and manageable. Professor McGonagall proved to be an excellent conversation partner, sharing stories about Scottish castles and legends that brought his textbook research to life. The meal proceeded more smoothly after that, though Harry noticed that Dumbledore remained unusually quiet. His attention focused more on observing the interactions around the table than on eating. When Maggie offered seconds, Harry accepted tentatively, still amazed that there was enough food for everyone, and that his taking more would not mean someone else would go without. After dinner, while David and Maggie cleared the table, the magical adults found themselves in the sitting room with Harry, Sarah, and the fostering paperwork that still needed to be completed. Dumbledore made one final attempt to assert some control over the situation. "Harry, my boy, I hope you understand that your safety is of paramount importance to me. There are precautions that must be taken, protective measures that require careful coordination." "What kind of precautions?" Sarah asked immediately, her protective instincts clearly aroused by any suggestion that Harry might still be in danger. "There are those who view Harry as a symbol," Dumbledore explained carefully, choosing his words to avoid revealing too much about the wizarding world's politics. "Some see him as a hero, others as a threat. Either perception could put him at risk if his location becomes widely known." Professor McGonagall's expression suggested she had serious doubts about this explanation, but before she could voice them, something extraordinary happened. The lights in the sitting room began to dim and brighten in a slow, steady rhythm, as if the house itself were breathing. The sensation was not frightening as the earlier incidents had been, but rather peaceful and welcoming, like a gentle heartbeat. Everyone turned to look at Harry, who was sitting curled in a large armchair with a look of wonder on his face. "I don't think I'm doing that," he said softly. "It feels different, like the house is saying hello." Dumbledore and McGonagall exchanged a significant glance, clearly recognizing something in the magical display that the Muggles could not interpret. "The house is responding to Harry's presence," Professor McGonagall explained gently. "Some magical children have a natural affinity for domestic spaces. It's actually a very good sign, indicating that Harry feels safe and welcome here." The lights settled back to their normal brightness, but a sense of warmth and contentment seemed to permeate the room. Harry looked around at the adults who were watching him with varying degrees of amazement and acceptance, and for the first time in his life, he felt like he truly belonged somewhere. Sarah finished her paperwork with efficient professionalism, but her manner toward Harry had softened further as she witnessed his gradual emergence from his defensive shell. "Harry, I'll be checking on you regularly over the next few weeks to make sure everything is going well. But I want you to know that you can call me any time if you need anything, or if you're worried about something. Day or night, all right?" Harry nodded, clutching the card with her contact information as if it were a lifeline. The idea that an adult would make herself available to help him at any time was still too new and precious to fully believe. As the evening wound down and the various adults prepared to leave, Harry found himself alone with the Hendersons for the first time. The silence that followed was comfortable rather than threatening, filled with the potential for belonging rather than the fear of rejection. "Harry," Maggie said gently, "I want you to know that this is your home now, for as long as you need it to be. We don't expect you to call us Mum and Dad if you're not comfortable with that, but we do expect you to think of yourself as part of our family." The words hit Harry like a physical blow, not because they were harsh, but because they were kinder than anything he had ever dreamed possible. A family that wanted him, not because they had to take him, but because they chose to love him. As he prepared for bed in his new room, Harry caught sight of himself in the mirror above the dresser. He looked the same as always, thin and small for his age, with unruly black hair and bright green eyes behind broken glasses. But something in his expression was different, a lightness that had not been there that morning. For the first time in 9 years, Harry Potter fell asleep in a real bed, in a room with windows that opened onto a garden instead of the underside of stairs. And for the first time in his life, he fell asleep feeling safe. Outside his window, the Henderson house settled into peaceful quiet, while its newest resident dreamed of Scottish castles and families who chose to love the children in their care. The magical protections that had once surrounded Privet Drive were gone, but they had been replaced by something far more powerful: the simple human decision to offer unconditional care to a child who needed it. It was, perhaps, the most magical thing of all. The Surrey family court building loomed before Harry like a fortress of glass and stone, its modern facade reflecting the grey October sky in ways that seemed to mirror his own uncertain emotions. 3 weeks had passed since his removal from Privet Drive, 3 weeks of safety and regular meals and sleeping in a real bed. But now everything hung in the balance once again as the legal system prepared to determine his permanent future. Harry sat between Maggie and David Henderson in the back seat of their car, wearing clothes that actually fit him for the first time in his memory. The Hendersons had taken him shopping the previous weekend, a bewildering but wonderful experience that had resulted in properly sized trousers, shirts that were not enormous hand-me-downs, and new glasses that allowed him to see the world with startling clarity. The past 3 weeks had been a revelation in what normal family life could look like. Regular meals served at set times without the threat of them being taken away. A bedtime routine that included story reading rather than being locked away in darkness. Adults who asked about his day and actually listened to his answers. The Henderson household operated on principles of kindness and mutual respect that still seemed almost magical to Harry's inexperienced perspective. But today, Vernon and Petunia Dursley would have their chance to fight for his return. And despite all the evidence of their mistreatment, Harry could not quite shake the fear that he might somehow end up back on Privet Drive. Sarah Mitchell met them at the courthouse entrance, her professional demeanor carrying an undercurrent of determined protectiveness that had grown stronger over the past weeks as she had witnessed Harry's gradual emergence from his traumatized shell. "Good morning, Harry," she said warmly, crouching down to his eye level in the way that had become familiar and comforting. "Are you ready for today?" Harry nodded, though his stomach felt like it was full of flying insects. The legal proceedings had been explained to him multiple times, but the abstract concept of adults in wigs and robes deciding his fate still felt surreal and frightening. "Remember, Harry," David said gently, placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder, "you're going to tell the truth about what happened to you, and that truth is going to keep you safe. The judge is there to protect children, not to send them back to people who hurt them." The courthouse interior was imposing in a different way than its exterior, with high ceilings and polished wood that spoke of serious business conducted with proper gravity. Harry stayed close to the Hendersons as they navigated the corridors, grateful for their steady presence in an environment that felt designed to make ordinary people feel small and insignificant. Mrs. Henley was waiting in the witness room, her familiar face a welcome sight in the sea of legal professionals and court officials. She had continued to be Harry's teacher throughout the transition, providing continuity and stability while everything else in his life underwent radical change. "Harry," she said with genuine warmth, "how are you feeling about today?" "Nervous," Harry admitted, settling into the chair beside her. "What if they don't believe me? What if the judge thinks I made it all up?" Mrs. Henley's expression was fierce, with protective indignation at the very suggestion. "Harry Potter, you are the bravest child I have ever known, and anyone who spends 5 minutes listening to you will know that you are telling the truth. You have nothing to worry about, except being honest about what happened to you." Their conversation was interrupted by the arrival of an unexpected figure. Professor McGonagall appeared in the doorway, her usual stern expression softened by what might have been genuine affection as her eyes found Harry. "Good morning, Harry. I wanted to be here today to support you through these proceedings." Harry was puzzled by her presence, still unclear about her exact role in his life, but somehow reassured by her calm authority. Over the past weeks, Professor McGonagall had visited the Henderson home several times, always with some official reason related to his future education, but Harry had begun to suspect that her interest went beyond mere academic planning. "Professor McGonagall, what exactly is your connection to Harry?" Sarah asked directly, her social worker instincts clearly troubled by the lack of clear explanations. "I represent the educational institution where Harry will eventually continue his studies," Professor McGonagall replied diplomatically. "We have a vested interest in ensuring that his current placement supports his long-term academic and personal development." The evasive answer clearly did not satisfy Sarah, but before she could press further, a court clerk appeared to inform them that the hearing was about to begin. The courtroom itself was smaller and less intimidating than Harry had expected from television shows, but still formal enough to make him acutely aware of the gravity of the situation. Judge Patricia Thornbury, a woman in her 50s with silver hair and intelligent grey eyes, presided from behind an elevated bench that commanded respect without being deliberately frightening. Vernon and Petunia Dursley sat with their solicitor on the opposite side of the courtroom, their faces masks of righteous indignation and barely concealed fury. Vernon had squeezed himself into his best suit, which strained alarmingly across his massive girth, while Petunia wore a severe black dress that made her look like she was attending a funeral rather than a custody hearing. The proceedings began with Sarah Mitchell's comprehensive report on Harry's removal and the conditions that had necessitated emergency intervention. Her clinical, professional language somehow made the abuse sound even more horrific as she detailed the inadequate sleeping arrangements, systematic food deprivation, and evidence of physical violence. "Your Honor," Sarah said, her voice steady with professional conviction, "in my 15 years as a social worker, I have rarely encountered a case of neglect and abuse as systematic and prolonged as what Harry Potter endured while in the care of Vernon and Petunia Dursley." She presented photograph after photograph, documenting the cupboard under the stairs, the bruises on Harry's arms, and the stark contrast between his appearance when removed from the home and his current healthy condition after 3 weeks of proper care. The Dursley solicitor, a thin man with nervous mannerisms who clearly wished he were representing anyone else, attempted a defense based on family rights and the supposed temporary nature of Harry's sleeping arrangements. His argument sounded weak even to his own ears as the photographic evidence mounted against his clients. "Your Honor," Vernon said, when given the opportunity to speak, his voice booming with artificial sincerity, "that boy has been nothing but trouble since he arrived on our doorstep. We tried to give him a good home, but he's not normal. Strange things happen around him that frightened our son and disrupted our household." Judge Thornbury's expression grew increasingly stern as Vernon continued his explanation, which seemed to focus more on Harry's supposed defects than on any parental affection or concern for his welfare. "Mr. Dursley," the judge interrupted sharply, "are you suggesting that a child's behavior, however challenging, justifies housing him in a cupboard and withholding food as punishment?" "He needed discipline," Petunia chimed in, her voice shrill with defensive anger. "We never asked for him, and we did our best with an impossible situation. He should be grateful we took him in at all instead of sending him to an orphanage." The casual cruelty of her words hung in the courtroom like a toxic cloud. Harry, listening from the witness box where he had been placed for his safety and comfort, felt the familiar shame and hurt that the Dursleys had spent years instilling in him. But this time, the emotions were tempered by the knowledge that the adults around him saw the statements for what they really were, evidence of the abuse rather than justification for it. "Mrs. Dursley," Judge Thornbury said with ice in her voice, "no child should ever be made to feel that basic care and shelter are acts of charity that require gratitude rather than fundamental rights that every child deserves." When it came time for Harry to give his testimony, the courtroom was reconfigured to make the experience as comfortable as possible. A video link was set up so that Harry could speak from a separate room with only Mrs. Henley and a court officer present, allowing him to tell his story without having to face his abusers directly. "Harry, can you tell us about where you slept at the Dursley house?" Judge Thornbury asked gently, her voice carrying through the video connection with maternal warmth. Harry described the cupboard in careful detail, explaining how he had lived there for as long as he could remember, how the space was too small for him to stand up straight, how the single light bulb provided the only illumination in the windowless space. His voice was steady but quiet, the words coming easier now that he had told the story multiple times to different adults who had all believed him. "Can you tell us about meals at the Dursley house, Harry?" This question was harder to answer, partly because the system of food as reward and punishment had been so complex and arbitrary. Harry explained about watching Dudley receive enormous portions while he got tiny servings, about the days when he received nothing but water and stale bread, about the way hunger had been a constant companion throughout his childhood. "Harry," Judge Thornbury said gently, "did anyone ever explain to you why you were being treated differently from your cousin?" "They said I was a freak," Harry replied simply. "Uncle Vernon said my parents were freaks too, and that's why they died. He said if I could learn to be normal, maybe I could be treated like a normal person." The judge's expression tightened with barely controlled anger, and Harry could see her writing notes with sharp, decisive strokes. "Can you tell us about the strange things that your uncle mentioned? The things he called freakish?" Harry hesitated, glancing at Mrs. Henley for reassurance, before describing some of the incidents that had triggered Vernon's worst rages. The growing hair, the appearance on the school roof, the glass at the zoo. He was careful to explain that he had never meant for any of these things to happen, that they seemed to occur when he was particularly upset or frightened. Judge Thornbury listened to these descriptions with the same careful attention she had given to the rest of his testimony, asking clarifying questions, but never suggesting that he was lying or making things up. "Harry, do you feel safe living with the Henderson family?" "Yes," Harry said without hesitation. "They're kind to me, and they don't get angry when strange things happen. Maggie says that being different isn't bad. It just means I need different kinds of help." The video testimony continued for another 20 minutes, with Judge Thornbury asking detailed questions about Harry's treatment, his current living situation, and his feelings about the future. Throughout it all, Harry's answers were clear and consistent, painting a picture of systematic abuse, followed by genuine care and safety. When the video connection was closed and Harry was brought back into the main courtroom, he could see that the emotional impact of his testimony had been significant. Several of the court officials were visibly moved, and even the Dursley solicitor looked like he wished he could disappear into the floor. Mrs. Henley was called to testify next, her professional credentials and careful documentation providing crucial corroboration for Harry's account. She described her growing concerns over the weeks leading up to Harry's disclosure, the physical and behavioral signs of abuse that she had observed, and her decision to take action when Harry finally trusted her with the truth. "I have been a teacher for 12 years, Mrs. Henley said firmly, "and in all that time, I have never encountered a case of child abuse as severe and systematic as what Harry endured. The transformation in his health, demeanor, and academic performance over the past 3 weeks is nothing short of miraculous, which tells us everything we need to know about the quality of care he was receiving previously. Professor McGonagall's testimony focused on Harry's educational needs and the specialized support he would require for his unique abilities. She managed to discuss his magical nature in terms that sounded like learning differences or special talents, emphasizing the importance of proper understanding and guidance rather than fear and punishment. The child has exceptional abilities that require nurturing rather than suppression, she explained to the judge. The Dursleys responded to these gifts with fear and violence, which not only traumatized Harry but actually made his abilities more volatile and dangerous. The Henderson family's acceptance and support have already shown remarkable results in helping Harry develop better control. When Maggie Henderson took the stand, her testimony was brief but powerfully emotional. She described the frightened, undernourished child who had arrived at their home 3 weeks earlier, and contrasted him with the boy who now laughed at dinner table conversations and asked for help with homework instead of trying to make himself invisible. "Your Honor," Maggie said, her voice thick with emotion, "Harry is not a burden or a problem to be managed. He is a wonderful child who deserves to be loved and protected. We would be honored to provide him with a permanent home if the court deems it appropriate." The final witness was David Henderson, whose testimony focused on the practical aspects of Harry's care and the family's experience with foster children who had experienced trauma. "Harry has made remarkable progress in a very short time," David explained. "He's sleeping through the night without nightmares, eating regular meals, and beginning to trust that adults can be sources of safety rather than danger. With time and patience, I believe he can overcome the effects of his early experiences and thrive as part of a loving family." When all the testimony had been completed, Judge Thornbury called for a recess to review the evidence and consider her decision. The wait felt interminable to Harry, who sat with the Hendersons in a small conference room while Sarah Mitchell and Professor McGonagall discussed legal technicalities in low, urgent voices. "No matter what happens," Maggie said softly, taking Harry's hand in hers, "you need to know that you are loved and valued. Even if the legal system makes mistakes, there are people who will always fight for your safety and happiness." The reassurance was comforting, but Harry could not entirely quiet the voice in his head that whispered about the possibility of returning to Privet Drive, of losing this newfound safety and belonging as quickly as he had found it. When they were called back into the courtroom, Judge Thornbury's expression was stern but not unkind as she prepared to deliver her verdict. The Dursleys sat stiffly in their seats, Vernon's face purple with suppressed rage, while Petunia clutched her handbag like a shield. After careful consideration of all the evidence presented, Judge Thornbury began, her voice carrying clearly through the silent courtroom. "I find that Vernon and Petunia Dursley have failed in their fundamental duty to provide appropriate care for Harry Potter. The conditions under which this child was forced to live constitute severe neglect and abuse that continued for years without intervention." She paused, allowing the weight of her words to settle over the courtroom. The systematic deprivation of food, the inadequate sleeping arrangements, and the physical violence documented in this case represent a complete failure to meet even the most basic standards of childcare. Moreover, the Dursleys' own testimony reveals an attitude toward Harry that is fundamentally incompatible with proper guardianship. Vernon started to rise from his seat, but his solicitor pulled him back down with a warning gesture. "Therefore," Judge Thornbury continued, "I am permanently terminating the parental rights of Vernon and Petunia Dursley with regard to Harry Potter. They will have no further legal claim to custody or visitation rights." The gavel fell with finality, and Harry felt something inside his chest unclench for the first time in weeks. It was over. He was free. "Furthermore," Judge Thornbury said, turning her attention to the Henderson family, "I am granting immediate, permanent guardianship to Margaret and David Henderson, who have demonstrated their ability to provide Harry with the safe, loving home he deserves. The courtroom erupted in quiet celebration as the Hendersons embraced Harry, their joy and relief palpable. Sarah Mitchell was wiping away tears, while Mrs. Henley beamed with satisfaction. Even Professor McGonagall's stern features had softened into something approaching a smile. On the other side of the courtroom, Vernon was on his feet, despite his solicitor's attempts to restrain him, his face a mask of apoplectic rage. "This is outrageous," he bellowed. "That boy is a menace. You'll all regret this decision when he shows his true nature." "Mr. Dursley," Judge Thornbury said sharply, "you will control yourself in my courtroom, or you will be held in contempt. Your behavior here today only reinforces my conviction that my decision is correct." Petunia was sobbing into her hands. Whether from genuine grief or wounded pride, Harry could not tell. For a moment, he almost felt sorry for them, remembering that they were the only family he had ever known despite their cruelty. But then Maggie's arm tightened around his shoulders, and he remembered what real family felt like. As they left the courtroom, Harry found himself surrounded by a protective circle of adults who had fought for his safety and won. The legal battle was over, but more importantly, he finally had a family that had chosen him not out of obligation, but out of love. Outside the courthouse, the October air was crisp with the promise of winter, but Harry felt warmed by more than just his properly fitting coat. For the first time in his life, his future stretched ahead with possibilities instead of fears. Professor McGonagall approached as they prepared to leave, her expression more gentle than Harry had ever seen it. "Harry," she said quietly, "I want you to know that you have many people who care about your welfare. Today's decision ensures that you'll be able to grow up in safety and love, which is what every child deserves." She turned to address the Hendersons with formal courtesy. "Mr. and Mrs. Henderson, if you ever have questions about Harry's unique needs or educational requirements, please do not hesitate to contact me. He is a very special young man who will require understanding and patience as he grows into his abilities." As they drove home from the courthouse, Harry pressed his face to the window and watched the Surrey countryside pass by. Somewhere behind them, Vernon and Petunia Dursley were returning to their empty house on Privet Drive, their control over his life permanently severed. Ahead lay the Henderson home, where dinner would be waiting and his homework would be spread out on his desk, and he would sleep safely in his own bed. For the first time in 9 years, Harry Potter was exactly where he belonged. The legal victory was complete, but its implications would ripple through both the magical and Muggle worlds in ways that no one could yet predict. A child who had been written off as a necessary sacrifice for the greater good had instead become a catalyst for change, proving that sometimes the most powerful magic was simply the decision to do what was right. The car turned into the familiar driveway, and Harry smiled as he saw the house that was now legally and permanently his home. Whatever challenges lay ahead, he would face them from a position of safety and love, surrounded by people who valued his well-being above all other considerations. It was, he thought, as Maggie ruffled his hair and David asked about homework, the most magical outcome he could have imagined. The adoption paperwork lay spread across the Henderson dining room table, like a promise written in official language and legal seals. 6 weeks had passed since the court hearing that had permanently severed Harry's connection to the Dursleys, and now the final step in creating his new family was taking place with the careful precision that such life-changing moments deserved. Harry sat between his soon-to-be adoptive parents, watching Sarah Mitchell guide them through each form with the thoroughness that had made her such an effective advocate throughout the entire process. The morning sunlight streamed through the lace curtains that Maggie had hung in the dining room, casting everything in a warm, golden glow that seemed to reflect the happiness that had settled over the household. "This final signature makes it official," Sarah said with a smile, indicating the last line that required David's careful script. "Harry Potter Henderson, you are now legally and permanently part of this family." The name felt strange and wonderful on Harry's tongue as he repeated it silently to himself. Harry Potter Henderson. Not just Harry Potter, the unwanted burden dumped on reluctant relatives, but Harry Henderson, chosen son of people who loved him simply because he existed. Maggie reached over to squeeze his hand, her eyes bright with tears of joy that she made no attempt to hide. "Welcome to the family, officially and forever," she said softly, "though you've been our son in every way that matters since the day you walked through our front door." The past 6 weeks had been a revelation in what family life could look like when it was built on foundation of love rather than obligation. Harry had experienced his first real birthday celebration just 2 weeks earlier, complete with a proper cake, thoughtfully chosen presents, and the overwhelming realization that adults could take joy in celebrating his existence rather than merely tolerating it. The birthday party had been a small affair, attended by Mrs. Henley, Sarah Mitchell, and Emma Henderson, who had returned from her grandmother's house to find herself with a new younger brother. Emma, a kind-hearted 16-year-old with her mother's warm brown eyes and her father's steady temperament, had immediately embraced her role as big sister with enthusiasm that surprised everyone, especially Harry. David finished signing the final document and set down his pen with the satisfaction of someone completing important work. The legal transformation was complete, but more significantly, the emotional bonds that had been growing stronger each day were now officially recognized by the society that had once failed to protect Harry so completely. Sarah gathered the papers with professional efficiency, but her smile was purely personal as she addressed the newly official family. "I have to say, in 15 years of social work, I have rarely seen a placement work out as beautifully as this one. Harry, you have found exactly the family you deserve. And Mr. and Mrs. Henderson, you have gained a remarkable son." As if summoned by the mention of his specialness, something extraordinary began to happen in the dining room. The flowers in Maggie's centerpiece, which had been showing the tired edges of their autumn bloom, suddenly began to refresh and brighten. Petals unfurled with renewed vitality, colors deepened to jewel-like intensity, and a gentle fragrance filled the air as if spring had decided to make an unexpected appearance in November. Everyone at the table turned to look at Harry, who was staring at the flowers with wonder rather than the fear that such incidents had once triggered. "I think they're happy too," Harry said softly, his voice filled with amazement rather than anxiety. "It feels different when I'm not scared. The magic wants to celebrate instead of hide." Sarah Mitchell, who had become accustomed to the impossible during her weeks of working with Harry's case, simply made a note in her file and smiled. "Well then, I'd say that settles any questions about whether this is the right placement. Even Harry's magic approves of his new family." The comment would have seemed absurd 6 weeks earlier, but Sarah had been gradually educated about Harry's unique nature through careful explanations from Professor McGonagall and her own observations of incidents that defied rational explanation. She had chosen to adapt her understanding rather than deny the evidence of her own eyes, a flexibility that had made her an invaluable ally in navigating the intersection of magical and Muggle child welfare systems. After Sarah left with her completed paperwork and promises to check in periodically over the coming months, the Henderson family settled into the comfortable rhythm that had developed during Harry's time with them. David retreated to his study to catch up on work, Maggie began preparations for their celebration dinner, and Harry found himself in the sitting room with Emma, who was supposedly helping him with mathematics homework, but seemed more interested in discussing the magical flowers. "So you can just make things grow and bloom whenever you want?" Emma asked, with the fascination of someone who had quickly moved from skepticism to acceptance to genuine curiosity about her new brother's abilities. "Not exactly," Harry explained, working through a particularly challenging word problem, while part of his attention remained focused on their conversation. "It happens when I feel really strong emotions. Happy ones make nice things happen, like the flowers. Scared or angry ones make lights explode or doors slam." Emma nodded thoughtfully, as if this were merely an interesting variation in normal sibling dynamics, rather than something that defied the fundamental laws of physics. Have you always been able to do magic things? As long as I can remember. The Dursleys hated it. Uncle Vernon said it proved I was a freak, and that's why my parents died. He used to lock me in the cupboard for days when something magical happened, trying to make me promise to never do it again. Emma's expression darkened with the protective anger that had become characteristic of the Henderson family when discussing Harry's previous treatment. Well, Uncle Vernon was obviously an idiot, she said firmly. Magic sounds amazing, and anyone who would punish a child for something he couldn't control was never fit to be around children in the first place. The casual acceptance and fierce protectiveness in her voice brought tears to Harry's eyes. This was what siblings were supposed to be like, he realized. People who stood up for each other and celebrated each other's uniqueness instead of trying to suppress it. Their conversation was interrupted by the arrival of an unexpected visitor. Professor McGonagall appeared in the doorway with her characteristic blend of authority and discretion, though Harry had noticed that her visits to the Henderson home had become increasingly frequent and informal over the past weeks. "Good afternoon, Harry. Miss Henderson. I hope I'm not interrupting your studies." "Not at all, Professor McGonagall," Emma said politely, though Harry could tell she was bursting with questions about the magical world that he had only begun to describe to her. "Are you here about Harry's school planning again?" "In part." "Yes," Professor McGonagall replied, settling herself in the armchair that had somehow become designated as hers during her regular visits. "But I also wanted to check on how Harry is adjusting to his new circumstances." Harry looked up from his mathematics book, noting the way Professor McGonagall's sharp eyes took in the comfortable domestic scene, the evidence of his integration into normal family life, and the absence of the fearful tension that had once characterized his demeanor. "I'm doing well, Professor McGonagall. Really well. The Hendersons treat me like I actually belong here, and the magic doesn't feel scary anymore when it happens." Professor McGonagall's expression softened in the way that Harry was learning meant she was pleased about something, though she maintained her characteristic reserve. "That's excellent to hear, Harry. Accidental magic typically stabilizes when a young wizard feels safe and loved. The fact that your magical expressions have become more positive indicates that your emotional well-being has improved significantly." Maggie appeared in the doorway, wiping her hands on a dish towel and wearing the warm smile that had become Harry's favorite sight in the world. "Professor McGonagall, you're just in time for afternoon tea. I've made scones, and I suspect Emma has been pestering Harry with questions about magic instead of helping with mathematics homework." "Actually, the mathematics is finished," Harry said, showing his completed worksheet with a small pride that still felt new and precious. "Emma is a really good teacher when she's not asking about whether I can make things fly." "Can you make things fly?" Emma asked immediately, proving Harry's point about her priorities. "Sometimes," Harry admitted, thinking of the incident with his toy helicopter that had somehow achieved actual flight the week before, much to David's amazement and Maggie's pragmatic concern about ceiling damage. Professor McGonagall settled into the afternoon tea ritual with an ease that suggested she was becoming genuinely comfortable in the Henderson household. Over scones and properly brewed tea, she began to broach the subject that had been hovering around the edges of all their conversations since Harry's placement. "Harry, your 11th birthday is approaching, which means it will soon be time to discuss your magical education more specifically. The school where you'll be studying has certain traditions and expectations that may seem strange to your family here." Emma leaned forward with barely contained excitement, while Maggie and David, who had joined them from his study, listened with the careful attention of parents trying to understand their child's unique needs. "What kind of traditions?" David asked practically. "Well, for one thing, it's a boarding school," Professor McGonagall explained. "Students live at the school during term time and return home for holidays and summer break." The words hit Harry like a physical blow. Boarding school meant leaving the Hendersons, leaving the safety and love he had only just found. The thought of being sent away again, even for education, felt like a betrayal of everything they had promised each other. "I don't want to go to boarding school," Harry said quickly, his voice tight with the panic that such separations still triggered. "I want to stay here. Can't I just go to regular school, like other children?" Professor McGonagall's expression was gentle but firm as she explained the complexities of magical education. "Harry, your magical abilities require specialized training that cannot be provided in a Muggle school environment. Without proper guidance, accidental magic can become dangerous to both yourself and others around you." "But I've been getting better at controlling it," Harry protested, gesturing toward the still blooming flowers that served as evidence of his magical stability. "Maggie and David help me stay calm, and Emma doesn't get scared when strange things happen." Maggie reached over to take Harry's hand, her touch immediately calming despite the turmoil in his mind. "Harry, sweetheart, no one is going to send you anywhere you don't want to go. We're your family now, and that means we make these decisions together." She turned to address Professor McGonagall with polite but unmistakable determination. "Professor, Harry has just begun to heal from years of trauma and abandonment. The idea of sending him away to school, no matter how excellent the education, seems counterproductive to his emotional well-being. I understand your concerns, Mrs. Henderson, and they do you credit as Harry's mother. However, you must understand that Harry's magical education is not simply a matter of academic instruction. There are safety considerations for both Harry and the Muggle community that must be taken into account." "What kind of safety considerations?" David asked, his engineer's mind immediately focusing on practical problems and solutions. Professor McGonagall hesitated, clearly weighing how much to reveal about the darker aspects of the magical world that had shaped Harry's destiny. "Harry is not just any young wizard, Mr. Henderson. His parents' death and the circumstances surrounding his survival have made him somewhat famous in our world. There are those who would seek to use that fame for their own purposes, and others who might wish him harm because of what he represents." The explanation hung in the air like a storm cloud, introducing complexities that the Henderson family had not previously considered. Harry felt the familiar chill of fear that came with reminders that his safety was not as simple as finding a loving family and staying out of dangerous situations. But surely those same safety concerns would apply whether Harry is at school or living at home, Emma pointed out logically. If anything, wouldn't he be safer surrounded by people who love him unconditionally rather than strangers at a boarding school? Professor McGonagall's slight smile suggested that Emma had made a point worth considering. "Miss Henderson, you make an excellent argument. However, the school Harry would attend has protections and safeguards that are not available in the Muggle world." "What if there were a compromise?" Maggie suggested, her maternal instincts clearly engaged in problem-solving mode. Could Harry attend this magical school during the day, but return home each evening? Many schools offer such arrangements for students with special circumstances. The suggestion seemed to catch Professor McGonagall off guard, as if the possibility of non-traditional arrangements had not occurred to her. "That would be highly unusual," she admitted. "The school's location makes daily travel quite impractical for most families." "Where exactly is this school?" David asked. "In Scotland," Professor McGonagall replied. "The Highlands, to be specific." "Scotland," Harry exclaimed, remembering his geography project and the pictures of castles and lochs that had captivated his imagination during those first frightening days when Mrs. Henley had tried to help him feel safe. Emma was doing rapid mental calculations with the practical efficiency she had inherited from both her parents. Scotland is hardly next door, but it's not impossible to manage with modern transportation. People commute longer distances than that for work in London every day. Professor McGonagall looked increasingly uncomfortable, clearly finding herself in unfamiliar territory, where established procedures were being questioned by people who had no knowledge of how things were supposed to be done. "Mr. and Mrs. Henderson, I appreciate your commitment to Harry's well-being, But you must understand that magical education involves considerations that go beyond normal academic planning. Then perhaps it's time someone explained those considerations more clearly, David said firmly but politely. Harry is our son now, and we have a right to understand exactly what we're being asked to agree to. The conversation was interrupted by another manifestation of Harry's emotional state. The gas fire in the sitting room, which had been providing gentle warmth against the November chill, suddenly flared brighter, casting dancing patterns of light across the walls that seemed to reflect the intensity of the discussion taking place. "Harry," Maggie said gently, "you're letting your feelings affect the room again. Take some deep breaths and try to find your calm center." The technique was one that Maggie had developed during the early weeks of Harry's placement, when his emotional volatility had triggered frequent magical incidents. Instead of fearing or punishing these manifestations, she had approached them as symptoms of underlying feelings that needed to be addressed and managed. Harry closed his eyes and focused on the breathing exercises that had become second nature over the past weeks. Gradually, the fire settled back to its normal intensity, and the tension in the room decreased noticeably. "Better?" Maggie asked, and Harry nodded, feeling the familiar sense of accomplishment that came with successfully managing his magical responses. Professor McGonagall had been watching this interaction with obvious interest and what might have been approval. "Mrs. Henderson, your approach to Harry's magical management is remarkably effective. Many magical families struggle for years to help their children achieve that level of self-regulation." Maggie's response was matter of fact in the way that characterized her approach to all aspects of child rearing. Harry needed to learn that his feelings were valid, but that he had some control over how they expressed themselves. It's not different from helping any child learn to manage anger or excitement in appropriate ways. The simple wisdom of this statement seemed to give Professor McGonagall pause. For several moments, she sat in thoughtful silence while the family waited to see how she would respond to their unprecedented challenge to magical educational tradition. Finally, she spoke with the careful precision of someone who had made a significant decision. "Mr. and Mrs. Henderson, Harry, what would you say to a visit to the school in question? Not for enrollment purposes, but simply to see the environment and meet some of the staff who would be responsible for Harry's education. It might help you make a more informed decision about what arrangement would work best for your family." The suggestion was clearly a compromise, though Harry suspected it represented a significant departure from normal procedures. The idea of visiting the magical school was both exciting and terrifying, offering a glimpse into the world he was apparently destined to be part of, while maintaining the safety of knowing he could return home afterward. "Could we all go?" Harry asked, needing the reassurance that his new family would be part of whatever decisions were made about his future. "I believe that could be arranged," Professor McGonagall said, her tone suggesting that she was making commitments that would require considerable negotiation with her colleagues. "When would this visit take place?" David asked, already mentally organizing the practical details. "If you're agreeable, I could arrange something for next weekend. The school is impressive, and I think you would all benefit from seeing it firsthand." As the afternoon wore on and the details of the proposed visit were discussed, Harry found himself cautiously excited about the prospect of seeing this magical school that was apparently so important to his future. The fear of being sent away was still there, but it was balanced by curiosity about a world where his abilities would be considered normal rather than freakish. Later that evening, after Professor McGonagall had departed with promises to arrange the school visit, Harry sat in his room, working on the essay Mrs. Henley had assigned about his Scottish geography project. The topic felt particularly relevant now that he knew his magical education might take place in the Scottish Highlands. Emma knocked on his door and entered with the comfortable casualness that had developed between them over the past weeks. "Are you worried about visiting this magical school?" she asked, settling cross-legged on his bed while he continued writing at his desk. "A little," Harry admitted. What if they expect me to know things I don't know? What if I'm not good enough at magic? What if they try to convince Maggie and David that I have to stay there? Emma considered his concerns with the seriousness that characterized all their conversations about important topics. Well, first of all, if you don't know things, they'll teach you. That's what schools are for. Second, you're obviously good at magic because you do it all the time, even when you're not trying to. And third, Mum and Dad aren't going to let anyone separate our family unless it's absolutely necessary for your safety. The confidence in her voice was reassuring, based as it was on weeks of observing their parents' fierce protectiveness and unwavering commitment to Harry's well-being. Besides, Emma added with a grin, if this magical school is as amazing as Professor McGonagall suggests, maybe they'll let me visit sometimes too. I've always wanted to see real magic beyond flowers blooming and lights flickering. Harry smiled at the thought of Emma experiencing the magical world alongside him, her practical curiosity and fearless acceptance serving as an anchor to the family that had become his foundation. As he finished his essay and prepared for bed in the room that was truly his own, Harry reflected on how dramatically his life had changed since that terrifying day, when he had finally found the courage to tell Mrs. Henley the truth about his home life. The frightened, abused child who had slept in a cupboard seemed like a different person from the boy who now had loving parents, a protective sister, and the security of knowing he was wanted rather than merely tolerated. Tomorrow would bring new challenges and decisions about his magical education, but tonight he would sleep safely in a house where his magic was celebrated rather than feared, surrounded by people who had chosen to love him unconditionally. Whatever the future held, Harry Henderson knew he would face it from a position of strength and belonging that no one could ever take away from him. Outside his window, the November night was clear and cold, stars visible in the sky above the Henderson home that had become his sanctuary and launching pad for whatever adventures lay ahead. For the first time in his 11 years, Harry Potter fell asleep, not as an unwanted burden, but as a cherished son, secure in the knowledge that he had finally found where he belonged. The letter arrived on a Tuesday morning in late July, carried by a magnificent tawny owl that perched on the Henderson kitchen windowsill, as if magical mail delivery were the most natural thing in the world. Harry, now 11 years old and having lived with his adoptive family for nearly 2 years, watched in fascination as the owl tapped politely on the glass with its beak, a thick envelope clutched in its talons. Maggie Henderson, who had grown accustomed to the occasional magical oddity that accompanied life with Harry, opened the window with the same practical efficiency she applied to all unusual situations that arose in their household. "Well, hello there," she said to the owl conversationally. "I suppose you're here for Harry?" The owl hooted once, in apparent confirmation, and extended the letter toward her with dignified formality. Harry accepted the envelope with hands that trembled slightly, recognizing instinctively that this was the moment Professor McGonagall had been preparing them for during her increasingly frequent visits over the past months. The envelope was made of heavy parchment and sealed with what appeared to be actual wax, pressed with an elaborate coat of arms featuring a lion, an eagle, a badger, and a snake surrounding a large letter H. Harry's name was written on the front in elegant emerald green ink. Mr. H. Henderson, the 2nd bedroom, Rosewood House, Maple Lane, Guildford, Surrey. The address was correct in every detail, though Harry noticed with a mixture of warmth and relief that the letter had been addressed to Henderson rather than Potter. Even the magical postal system, it seemed, had accepted his new identity and family status. David looked up from his morning newspaper, his coffee mug paused halfway to his lips as he took in the scene of his son accepting mail from an actual owl. "I take it this is the letter Professor McGonagall mentioned would be arriving soon." Harry nodded, his throat suddenly dry with anticipation and nervousness. This letter would officially invite him to attend Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, the magical boarding school that would supposedly provide him with the education his abilities required. More importantly, it would force decisions about his future that the family had been carefully avoiding for months. Emma, who was spreading marmalade on her toast with the methodical precision of someone trying to appear casual while dying of curiosity, finally abandoned all pretense of normalcy. "Are you going to open it, or are we all going to sit here staring at it until the owl decides to take it back?" Harry broke the wax seal carefully, as if the letter might disappear if handled too roughly. The parchment inside was thick and substantial, covered in the same elegant script that had adorned the envelope. "Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry," Harry read aloud, his voice growing stronger as he continued. "Headmaster. Albus Dumbledore, Order of Merlin First Class, Grand Sorcerer, Chief Warlock, Supreme Mugwump, International Confederation of Wizards. Dear Mr. Henderson, we are pleased to inform you that you have been accepted at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Please find enclosed a list of all necessary books and equipment. Term begins on September 1st. We await your owl by no later than July 31st. The formal language of acceptance felt surreal when read aloud in the comfortable familiarity of the Henderson kitchen, where the morning routine of breakfast and family conversation continued around this intrusion of magical bureaucracy. A second sheet of parchment contained the promised list of supplies, written in the same careful script, but containing items that seemed to belong in a fantasy novel rather than a real shopping list. Cauldrons and crystal phials, spell books and telescopes, robes and pointed hats, and prominently featured at the top of the list, a wand. Students may also bring an owl, a cat, or a toad, the list concluded helpfully. "Well," Maggie said, after a moment of silence, "that's certainly comprehensive. Though I have to say, the requirement for a pointed hat seems rather stereotypical." The comment broke the tension that had been building around the table, and Harry found himself laughing despite the anxiety that churned in his stomach. The ability to find humor in overwhelming situations was one of the many gifts his adoptive family had given him during their time together. The owl, which had been waiting patiently on the windowsill throughout the reading of the letter, suddenly took flight and disappeared into the summer morning, apparently having completed its delivery duties. Harry watched it go with a mixture of regret and relief, knowing that its departure marked the end of the period of uncertainty and the beginning of whatever came next. David set down his newspaper and reached for the supply list, scanning it with the practical eye of someone accustomed to evaluating technical requirements. "Some of this equipment seems quite specialized. I assume there are specific shops that cater to students attending magical schools?" Professor McGonagall had mentioned something called Diagon Alley during one of her visits, Harry remembered. She said it was where magical families go to buy school supplies and other necessities. Emma was reading over her father's shoulder, her expression growing increasingly excited as she took in the exotic nature of the required items. "This is incredible, Harry. You're going to learn to make actual potions and cast real spells. It's like something out of a storybook, except it's your actual life." The wonder in her voice was infectious, but Harry found himself struggling with conflicting emotions. The prospect of learning magic formally was undeniably exciting, but it came packaged with the expectation that he would leave his family for most of the year to live at a boarding school in Scotland. The arrival of the letter precipitated exactly the kind of family crisis that Harry had been dreading. Within an hour of the owl's departure, Professor McGonagall appeared at their front door with the purposeful efficiency that suggested she had been monitoring the letter's delivery. "Good morning," she said briskly, as Maggie ushered her into the sitting room where the family had gathered to discuss the implications of Harry's acceptance. "I trust Harry received his Hogwarts letter this morning." "We did indeed," David replied, his tone carefully neutral in the way that Harry had learned indicated serious parental concern. "We were just discussing the practicalities of the arrangement." Professor McGonagall's expression suggested she was prepared for another round of negotiations with the Henderson family, who had proven surprisingly resistant to accepting magical world traditions without question. Mr. and Mrs. Henderson, I understand that the boarding school arrangement remains a source of concern for you. However, I must emphasize that Hogwarts provides not just education, but protection for students who might be vulnerable in the broader magical world. Protection from what specifically? Maggie asked pointedly. You've alluded to dangers and threats, but you've never explained exactly what Harry needs protection from, or why a boarding school would be safer than a loving home. The question hung in the air with the weight of nearly 2 years of accumulated frustration. Professor McGonagall had been evasive about the specific risks that supposedly made Harry's situation so precarious, offering vague references to his fame and the circumstances of his parents' death without providing details that would allow the family to make informed decisions. Mrs. Henderson, Professor McGonagall said carefully, there are aspects of Harry's history and significance in our world that are complex and potentially dangerous. His parents were murdered by a dark wizard who attempted to kill Harry as well, but was somehow defeated by a baby. This event made Harry famous throughout the magical world as the boy who lived. The revelation fell into the comfortable domesticity of the Henderson sitting room like a stone thrown into still water, sending ripples of shock and confusion through the family gathering. Harry felt the familiar chill that came with reminders that his life was shaped by events he could not remember and forces beyond his understanding. Someone tried to murder Harry when he was a baby? Emma asked, her voice tight with protective anger. And that makes him famous, rather than a victim deserving sympathy and privacy? I'm afraid fame in the magical world operates by different rules than in your society, Professor McGonagall replied diplomatically. Harry's survival when no one else had ever survived this particular dark wizard's killing curse made him a symbol of hope for many people, and a target for others who might wish that hope had died with the dark wizard, David concluded grimly, his engineering mind immediately grasping the implications of unwanted fame and symbolic significance. Professor McGonagall's slight nod confirmed his assessment. Precisely, Mr. Henderson. Hogwarts provides not just education, but sanctuary for Harry, while he develops the skills necessary to protect himself in a world where his mere existence has political ramifications. Harry had been listening to this exchange with growing unease, feeling once again like a chess piece being moved around a board according to rules he did not understand. The comfortable sense of belonging and security that he had built over the past 2 years suddenly felt fragile in the face of larger forces that apparently had claims on his future. What if I don't want to be a symbol? Harry asked quietly, his voice cutting through the adult discussion with the clarity of simple honesty. What if I just want to learn magic and come home to my family at the end of each day? The question seemed to catch Professor McGonagall off guard, as if the possibility that Harry might reject his prescribed role had not occurred to her. Harry, I'm afraid that wanting a normal life and actually being able to live one are two different things. Your fame and significance exist whether you accept them or not. But surely those same risks would exist whether Harry attends Hogwarts or receives magical education through other means, Maggie pointed out logically. If he's truly in danger because of his symbolic importance, then the question becomes how best to keep him safe while providing proper education. Not simply accepting that boarding school is the only option. The conversation was interrupted by the arrival of another unexpected visitor, a house elf, barely 3 feet tall and dressed in what appeared to be a collection of tea towels, appeared in the Henderson sitting room with a sharp crack that made everyone jump. Dobby is here to warn Harry Potter Henderson, sir, the creature announced in a high, squeaky voice, his enormous green eyes wide with panic. Dobby is knowing that bad wizards are planning terrible things for when Harry Potter Henderson returns to magical world. The sudden appearance of a magical creature in their sitting room might have been more shocking if the Henderson family had not spent 2 years adapting to the occasional impossible event. Emma recovered first, addressing the house elf with the same practical courtesy she would offer any distressed visitor. Hello, Dobby. I'm Emma, and this is my family. You seem upset. Would you like to sit down and tell us what's wrong?" Dobby's eyes filled with tears at this unexpected kindness, and he clutched his tea towel clothing more tightly around himself. Kind Miss Emma is offering Dobby kindness, but Dobby cannot stay long. Dobby is risking terrible punishment for warning Harry Potter Henderson, but Harry Potter Henderson must not return to magical world where bad wizards can hurt him. Professor McGonagall was on her feet immediately, her expression sharp with professional concern and irritation. "Dobby, what family do you serve? Who sent you here with these warnings?" Dobby cannot say. "Professor McGonagall, ma'am. Dobby is bound by magic not to reveal his master's secrets. But Dobby is knowing that terrible things are planned for this year at Hogwarts, things that could hurt students, especially Harry Potter Henderson. The house elf's obvious distress and genuine fear were impossible to dismiss, even though his warnings were frustratingly vague. Harry found himself studying the creature's desperate expression and recognizing something familiar in the terror that radiated from Dobby's small form. "You're trying to protect me," Harry said softly, understanding flooding through him. "The same way I used to try to protect myself by being invisible and not causing trouble. You're scared of what will happen if I go to Hogwarts, but you're also scared of what will happen to you for warning me." Dobby nodded frantically, tears streaming down his large cheeks. Harry Potter Henderson understands. Dobby is trying to keep Harry Potter Henderson safe, but Dobby is also trying to keep other students safe from terrible things that are planned. "What kind of terrible things?" David asked gently, recognizing that Dobby would respond better to kindness than to interrogation. "Monster," Dobby whispered, his voice barely audible. "Ancient monster that hates all students who are not pure blood wizards. Monster that can kill with a look and move through walls like smoke." Professor McGonagall's face had gone very pale during Dobby's description, and Harry caught her sharp intake of breath when the house elf mentioned the monster's characteristics. "Dobby," Professor McGonagall said urgently, "are you saying that the Chamber of Secrets is going to be opened again?" Dobby's response was to throw himself against the Henderson coffee table, hard enough to raise bruises, his small fists beating against his own head as he wailed about revealing too much information. The display of self-punishment was horrifying to witness, and Maggie immediately knelt beside the distressed house elf, her maternal instincts overriding any concerns about magical protocol. "Stop hurting yourself," she said firmly but gently, catching Dobby's hands to prevent further self-harm. "Whatever rules you're breaking by warning us, the information is worth the risk if it keeps children safe." Dobby looked up at her with wonder, as if kindness from strangers was beyond his understanding or experience. "Kind Maggie Henderson is caring about house elf safety," he said in amazement. "Dobby is never receiving such treatment from magical families." "Well, then perhaps it's time you encountered better magical families," Emma said fiercely, her protective instincts aroused by the obvious abuse the house elf had suffered. Professor McGonagall was pacing the sitting room, with sharp, worried movements, clearly grappling with implications that she understood far better than the Henderson family. If what Dobby suggests is true, then Hogwarts may indeed be dangerous this year. The Chamber of Secrets was opened once before, 50 years ago, and students died before the monster was stopped. "Then surely the solution is obvious," David said with the logical directness that characterized his approach to all problems. "Harry shouldn't attend Hogwarts this year if there's genuine danger to students." "But Harry's magical education cannot be delayed indefinitely," Professor McGonagall protested. "Without proper training, his abilities could become dangerous to himself and others." "Then find another solution," Maggie said firmly. "There must be other schools, other teachers, other ways to provide magical education that don't require sending Harry into danger." The idea seemed to genuinely surprise Professor McGonagall, as if alternatives to the traditional Hogwarts education had never occurred to her. "There are other magical schools," she admitted slowly. "Beaubaton in France, Durmstrang in Northern Europe, smaller institutions that cater to specific populations or educational philosophies." Dobby was listening to this exchange with growing excitement, his large eyes bright with hope. Harry Potter Henderson could be safe at different school, away from terrible monster and bad wizards who want to use Harry Potter Henderson for evil purposes. What bad wizards? Harry asked, feeling the familiar frustration of being discussed as if he were not present to participate in decisions about his own future. Dobby cannot say names, but bad wizards are believing that Harry Potter Henderson's return to magical world will mark beginning of new war. Some want to use Harry Potter Henderson as weapon, others want to destroy Harry Potter Henderson before he becomes threat to their power. The revelation that his mere existence had political implications was overwhelming, but Harry found himself focusing on a different aspect of the situation. If I don't go to Hogwarts, will other students be safer from this monster you mentioned? Dobby's expression suggested that this question had not occurred to him, focused as he was on Harry's specific safety. Dobby is not knowing Harry Potter Henderson. Monster is being released because of hatred for students who are not pure blood, but also because bad wizards want to use fear and chaos for their evil plans. Then we need to find a solution that keeps everyone safe, Harry said, with the determination that had developed during his time with the Henderson family. Not just me, but all the students who might be hurt by this monster. Professor McGonagall was staring at Harry with an expression that suggested she was seeing him clearly for the first time. Harry, you're proposing to take responsibility for the safety of students you've never met at a school you've never attended. They're children, Harry said simply. Like I was when the Dursleys were hurting me. If there's something I can do to help keep them safe, then I should do it. The conversation continued for another hour, with Dobby providing increasingly detailed warnings about the planned horrors, while Professor McGonagall struggled to balance Harry's safety against his educational needs and moral convictions. The Henderson family listened with growing concern as the complexity of the magical world's politics became clearer, but their primary focus remained on their son's well-being and right to choose his own future. Eventually, a compromise began to emerge from the discussion. Harry would not attend Hogwarts for his first year, instead receiving private magical tutoring while the school dealt with whatever crisis Dobby had warned them about. Professor McGonagall would arrange for qualified instructors to provide Harry with the fundamental magical education he needed while he remained safely at home with his family. In return, Harry would work with magical authorities to develop strategies for protecting other students from the threats that apparently surrounded his return to the wizarding world. His safety and education would be prioritized, but he would also be given agency in decisions about his role in the larger magical community. Dobby was overwhelmed with gratitude at this resolution, thanking the Henderson family repeatedly before disappearing with another sharp crack, presumably to return to whatever dangerous situation he had risked to warn them. As the summer afternoon wound down and the implications of the day's revelations settled over the household, Harry found himself both relieved and apprehensive about the path forward. He would not be separated from his family, but he could not escape the responsibilities that came with his unwanted fame and symbolic importance. That evening, as the family sat around the dinner table discussing the practicalities of arranging private magical education, Harry reflected on how different his life had become from the terrified boy who had once been locked in a cupboard for showing signs of the very abilities that now required specialized training. Whatever challenges lay ahead, he would face them, surrounded by people who loved him unconditionally and who prioritized his well-being over the expectations and demands of others. The magical world might have plans for Harry Potter, but Harry Henderson had a family who would fight to ensure that those plans served his interests, rather than sacrificing them for some abstract, greater good. The Hogwarts letter still lay on the kitchen counter, its formal invitation now transformed into a symbol of choices made and paths not taken. Tomorrow would bring new challenges as they navigated the complex intersection of magical education and family loyalty. But tonight, Harry fell asleep in his own bed, in his own room, in the house where he truly belonged. The great hall of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry had witnessed many momentous arrivals over its 1,000-year history, but few had generated the kind of anticipation that surrounded Harry Henderson's entrance on the evening of September 1st. Word had spread throughout the magical community over the summer months about the boy who lived unconventional circumstances, his adoption by Muggle guardians, and his delayed enrollment due to what the Daily Prophet had euphemistically called family considerations. Now, as the great oak doors opened to admit the new first years for the traditional sorting ceremony, Harry walked into the magnificent hall, flanked not by nervous 11-year-olds clutching acceptance letters, but by the Henderson family, who had refused to let their son face this milestone alone. Maggie Henderson moved with the quiet confidence of a woman who had spent 2 years fighting various institutions to protect her child, her hand resting supportively on Harry's shoulder as they took in the impossible grandeur of the magical castle. David walked on Harry's other side, his engineer's eye cataloguing the architectural impossibilities, while his paternal instincts remained focused on his son's emotional state. Emma, now 18, and having deferred her university enrollment to support Harry through this transition, stayed close enough to provide reassurance while giving him space to experience his first glimpse of the magical world's most famous institution. The sight that greeted them was nothing short of breathtaking. The great hall stretched before them like a cathedral dedicated to learning and wonder, its vaulted ceiling reflecting a perfect night sky, complete with gently drifting clouds and twinkling stars. 4 long tables filled with students wearing black robes, marked with colored trim, stretched the length of the hall, while floating candles provided warm light that made everything seem to glow with magical possibility. But it was not the magnificent architecture, or impossible ceiling, that drew every eye in the hall. It was the unprecedented sight of Muggle guardians accompanying a student to his sorting ceremony, a breach of tradition so significant that even the ghosts had paused their eternal wanderings to observe the proceedings. Professor McGonagall met them at the entrance, her expression carefully neutral, despite the obvious tension radiating from the staff table, where Albus Dumbledore sat watching the scene unfold with barely concealed concern. "Mr. and Mrs. Henderson, Harry, welcome to Hogwarts," she said formally, though Harry caught the warmth beneath her professional demeanor. "If you would follow me, I'll escort you to the front of the hall for the sorting ceremony." The walk down the central aisle felt like running a gauntlet of curious stares and whispered conversations. Harry was acutely aware that every student in the hall was watching him, their expressions ranging from awe to skepticism to outright hostility. The whispers followed them like a tide, growing louder despite the teacher's attempts to maintain order. "That's him! That's Harry Potter!" someone hissed from the Ravenclaw table. "But why is he with Muggles?" came an incredulous response from a group of Slytherin students, whose expressions suggested they found the sight personally offensive. "Look how small he is," observed a third-year Hufflepuff with disappointment, as if Harry's physical appearance had failed to live up to the legend that had grown around his name. Harry felt his magical abilities responding to the emotional pressure of so much focused attention, and for a moment the floating candles flickered in unison above their heads. Maggie's hand tightened supportively on his shoulder, a wordless reminder that he was not facing this alone. "It's all right," she murmured quietly. "They're curious because you're important to them, but that doesn't mean you owe them anything beyond being yourself." The advice was exactly what Harry needed to hear. He straightened his shoulders and lifted his chin, drawing on 2 years of unconditional love and support to project confidence despite his nervousness. When he reached the front of the hall where the ancient sorting hat waited on its 3-legged stool, he turned to address the assembled school with a clarity that surprised everyone, including himself. "My name is Harry Henderson," he said, his voice carrying clearly through the suddenly silent hall. "I know many of you have heard stories about me, but most of those stories are about things that happened when I was too young to remember them. What I can tell you is that I spent the first 9 years of my life being abused and neglected by relatives who hated me for being magical. I was rescued by teachers and social workers who believed that children deserve safety and love regardless of their circumstances. The declaration fell into the great hall like a stone thrown into still water, sending ripples of shock and recognition through the assembled students. Harry caught sight of several younger students, shifting uncomfortably in their seats, their expressions suggesting that his words had struck uncomfortably close to home. "These are my parents, Maggie and David Henderson, who chose to adopt me and give me the family I had never known. This is my sister Emma, who has defended me against anyone who tried to hurt me, and who taught me that families are built on love rather than blood. They're here tonight because I asked them to be. Because facing new challenges is easier when you're surrounded by people who care about you." Professor Dumbledore had risen from his chair at the staff table, his expression troubled as he realized the direction Harry's impromptu speech was taking. Harry continued before the headmaster could interrupt, his voice growing stronger with each word. "I know that some of you come from families where being different or having problems means being punished or ignored. I want you to know that's not normal, and it's not something you have to accept. There are people who will help if you ask, and there are adults who understand that children deserve protection regardless of what makes them special or difficult." The response from the student body was immediate and electric. Several younger students were openly crying, while older students looked around the hall as if seeing their classmates clearly for the first time. Harry caught sight of a pale, thin boy at the Slytherin table, whose expression suggested that the words had hit particularly close to home. Professor McGonagall stepped forward to reclaim control of the ceremony, but not before Harry noticed the way her stern expression had softened with what might have been approval. "Mr. Henderson, if you would please approach the sorting hat, we can proceed with placing you in your appropriate house." Harry walked to the stool with steady steps, very aware that hundreds of eyes were tracking his movement, and that his next few minutes would determine not just his academic placement, but his social position within the magical community for the next 7 years. The sorting hat was placed gently on his head, and immediately Harry found himself in mental communication with an ancient consciousness that seemed to see directly into his soul. "Well, well," the hat mused in a voice only Harry could hear. "This is most unusual. Harry Potter, the boy who lived, but also Harry Henderson, beloved son and protective brother. You've been through quite a transformation, young man." "I prefer Harry Henderson, if that's all right," Harry replied silently. "Harry Potter feels like someone else's story." Indeed, the hat agreed with what sounded like amusement. "And what an interesting story you've written for yourself. Courage, certainly, in abundance. The willingness to speak truth to power, to stand up for those who cannot protect themselves. Loyalty to those who have earned it, fierce and uncompromising. Intelligence applied not just to academic subjects, but to understanding people and situations. And underneath it all, a burning desire to ensure that others don't suffer as you once did." Harry waited patiently, while the hat considered his placement, aware that the sorting was taking longer than usual, and that the silence in the great hall was becoming charged with anticipation. "You could go anywhere," the hat continued thoughtfully. "Gryffindor would celebrate your courage and your willingness to stand up for others. Ravenclaw would appreciate your intelligence and your unique perspective on difficult problems. Slytherin would value your determination and your understanding of what it means to survive in hostile environments." "What about Hufflepuff?" Harry asked, remembering his conversation with Professor McGonagall about the house that valued loyalty and hard work above all else. "Ah," the hat said with obvious pleasure. "You understand what many miss about Hufflepuff. Yes, you would thrive there among students who value friendship and fairness, who understand that the most important magic is the decision to care for one another." The hat's voice projected outward, announcing its decision to the waiting hall. "Hufflepuff." The response was immediate and overwhelming. The Hufflepuff table erupted in cheers while students at the other 3 tables applauded with varying degrees of enthusiasm. Harry made his way to the table where his new housemates welcomed him, with warmth that reminded him of his first day at the Henderson home. A girl with blonde pigtails and a kind face made room for him on the bench, introducing herself as Hannah Abbott, while a boy with sandy hair and intelligent eyes offered his hand in greeting. "Justin Finch Fletchley," he said, with genuine pleasure. "Welcome to Hufflepuff, Harry. That was quite a speech you gave. Takes courage to be that honest in front of the whole school." Susan Bones, a girl with red hair and a practical demeanour, leaned across the table to join the conversation. "My aunt works for the ministry, and she's mentioned your case several times. She says you've changed the way people think about child protection in the magical world." The comment surprised Harry, who had not realized that his situation had attracted attention beyond the immediate circle of people involved in his rescue and placement. Before he could respond, the conversation was interrupted by the approach of Professor Dumbledore, who had left the staff table to address Harry directly. The headmaster's usual twinkle was notably absent as he studied Harry with obvious concern. "Mr. Henderson, might I have a word with you privately? There are matters we should discuss regarding your placement and your future at Hogwarts." Harry looked toward his family, who were seated at a table that had been conjured for them near the staff area, and drew strength from their supportive presence. "Professor Dumbledore, anything you need to say to me can be said in front of my parents. We don't keep secrets in our family. The public nature of the challenge was clearly not what Dumbledore had hoped for, but he found himself with little choice but to proceed under the watchful eyes of the entire school. Harry, I must express my concern about the way you've chosen to discuss your early experiences. There are aspects of your history that are sensitive and potentially dangerous if revealed to the wrong people." "Professor," Emma Henderson's voice carried clearly from the family table, her tone respectful but firm, "are you suggesting that Harry should be ashamed of surviving abuse, or that he should protect the reputation of people who hurt him?" The question landed in the Great Hall like a well-aimed arrow, exposing the fundamental disconnect between Dumbledore's paternalistic approach and the Henderson family's commitment to transparency and emotional honesty. "Miss Henderson," Dumbledore replied carefully, "I am simply concerned about Harry's safety in a world where information can be used as a weapon against him." Maggie Henderson rose from her seat with the quiet authority that had served her well in numerous confrontations with institutions that had tried to minimize Harry's needs. "Professor Dumbledore, with respect, Harry's safety was not your primary concern when you placed him with abusive relatives for 9 years without checking on his welfare. His safety is our concern now, and we believe that secrecy and shame are more dangerous to him than honesty and support." The rebuke was delivered with perfect politeness, but its impact was devastating. A murmur ran through the assembled students as they realized they were witnessing a direct challenge to the headmaster's authority and judgment. David Henderson joined his wife, his engineer's precision evident in the way he laid out the logical flaws in Dumbledore's position. "Sir, you're asking Harry to manage your mistakes by keeping quiet about their consequences. That's not fair to him, and it's not effective as a protection strategy. The best way to keep Harry safe is to ensure he has a strong support network and the confidence to ask for help when he needs it." The public confrontation was unprecedented in Hogwarts' long history, and Professor McGonagall stepped forward in an apparent attempt to diffuse the tension. "Perhaps this discussion would be more appropriate in a private setting," she suggested diplomatically. "No," Harry said firmly, rising from his place at the Hufflepuff table. "This conversation affects every student in this hall who might be suffering in silence because they're afraid to speak up. It affects every child who's been told that keeping family secrets is more important than their own safety." He turned to address his housemates directly, his voice carrying the conviction that came from hard-won experience. "How many of you have been hurt by someone who was supposed to protect you? How many of you have been told to be grateful for treatment that made you feel worthless? How many of you have been taught that your pain doesn't matter as much as maintaining appearances?" The response was immediate and heartbreaking. Hands began to rise throughout the Great Hall, slowly at first and then with increasing confidence as students realized they were not alone in their experiences. Neville Longbottom's hand trembled as it rose at the Gryffindor table, followed by a small girl at Ravenclaw whose tears were already flowing freely. Harry's eyes found the pale boy at the Slytherin table, whose hand had not risen, but whose expression suggested an internal struggle between fear and hope. "You don't have to raise your hand if you're not ready," Harry said gently. "But I want you to know that being hurt doesn't make you weak, and asking for help doesn't make you ungrateful. You deserve better. And there are people who will fight for you if you let them." The moment stretched across the great hall like a bridge between isolated pain and shared healing. Professor Dumbledore stood frozen at the front of the hall, clearly recognizing that his attempt to control the narrative had backfired spectacularly. Madame Pomfrey, the school's Mediwitch, rose from her place at the staff table with tears streaming down her face. "Any student who needs medical attention or wants to talk to someone about their home situation can come to the hospital wing at any time," she announced in a voice thick with emotion. "Day or night? No questions asked. Complete confidentiality, unless you ask me to involve others." Other teachers began to offer similar assurances, creating an impromptu support network that transformed the traditional start of term feast into something approaching a therapeutic intervention. Professor Sprout, the head of Hufflepuff House, approached Harry with obvious pride in her newest student. "Mr. Henderson," she said warmly, "you've just demonstrated exactly the qualities that make Hufflepuff the most important house at Hogwarts: loyalty, fairness, and the courage to stand up for those who need protection. Your house is proud to claim you." As the evening progressed and the immediate drama subsided into smaller conversations between students and teachers, Harry found himself surrounded by his new housemates who peppered him with questions about his experiences and his family. The Henderson family remained at their conjured table, serving as visible proof that Harry's claims about love and support were not just wishful thinking. Later, as the feast concluded and students began to file out toward their dormitories, several older students approached Harry with expressions of gratitude and determination. "You've changed something here tonight," a seventh-year Hufflepuff named Cedric Diggory told him seriously. "Students have been suffering in silence for years, and you've given them permission to speak up." A group of younger students from various houses gathered around Harry's table, their faces showing a mixture of hope and uncertainty that suggested they were still processing the evening's revelations. "What happens now?" a small Ravenclaw girl asked. "How do we know which adults we can trust?" Emma Henderson, who had been quietly observing the interactions, stepped forward with the practical wisdom that had helped her navigate her own adolescent challenges. "You start by telling someone, anyone, what's happening to you. Teachers, older students, family friends, anyone who will listen. And if the first person doesn't help, you tell someone else. You keep telling people until someone takes action to protect you." Harry nodded, adding his own hard-earned perspective. "And remember that being scared to speak up doesn't make you weak. I was terrified to tell Mrs. Henley what was happening to me, but the fear of things getting worse if I told was smaller than the fear of things never getting better if I didn't." As the great hall gradually emptied, and Harry prepared to follow his housemates to the Hufflepuff dormitories, he felt a complex mixture of exhaustion and exhilaration. His first day at Hogwarts had not gone anything like he had expected, but perhaps that was for the best. Professor Dumbledore approached one final time, his expression showing a combination of resignation and what might have been grudging respect. "Harry, you've certainly made an impression on your first day. I hope you understand the responsibilities that come with the influence you've clearly gained." "Professor," Harry replied with the quiet confidence that had developed during his time with the Henderson family, "I understand that my first responsibility is to be honest about my experiences so that other children don't have to suffer the way I did. Everything else is secondary to that." As Harry hugged his family goodnight and prepared to spend his first night in the Hufflepuff dormitories, he reflected on how different this arrival had been from what he might have experienced as the isolated, frightened boy who had once slept in a cupboard under the stairs. Tomorrow would bring new challenges as he began his formal magical education. But tonight he would sleep surrounded by friends who had already accepted him, not because of his fame, but because of his willingness to use his voice to protect others. The boy who lived had become Harry Henderson, and Harry Henderson had just announced to the magical world that he intended to ensure no child would suffer alone and in silence ever again. It was, perhaps, the most powerful magic he had ever performed. The ancient chamber of the Wizengamot had witnessed many historic trials over the centuries, but few had generated the kind of public interest that surrounded the formal inquiry into Albus Dumbledore's guardianship decisions. The semicircular rows of purple-robed witches and wizards buzzed with anticipation as the most powerful magical court in Britain prepared to examine the actions of one of the wizarding world's most revered figures. Harry Henderson sat in the witness section, flanked by his adoptive family, their Muggle clothing a stark contrast to the formal robes worn by everyone else in the ancient courtroom. 2 months had passed since his arrival at Hogwarts, 2 months during which the magical world had been forced to confront uncomfortable truths about child welfare and institutional accountability that his speech in the Great Hall had brought to light. The intervening weeks had been transformative in ways that no one could have predicted. Harry's willingness to speak openly about his experiences had triggered a cascade of revelations from other students who had found the courage to report abuse, neglect, and mistreatment they had previously suffered in silence. The Hogwarts Hospital Wing had become an unofficial counselling centre as Madame Pomfrey worked with traumatised students while Professor McGonagall coordinated with Magical Social Services to investigate dozens of concerning family situations. Chief Warlock Amelia Bones called the session to order with the gravity befitting such a momentous occasion. Her stern expression and reputation for absolute fairness had made her the natural choice to oversee proceedings that would determine not just Dumbledore's fate, but the future of child protection in the magical world. We are here today to examine the decisions made by Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore regarding the placement and oversight of Harry James Potter, now legally known as Harry Henderson, following the death of his parents in 1981, she announced in a voice that carried clearly through the hushed chamber. The formal language could not disguise the revolutionary nature of what was taking place. Never before had the wizarding world's most powerful institutions been called to account for their treatment of children, and never before had Muggle authorities been given such prominent roles in magical legal proceedings. Sarah Mitchell, now serving as the liaison between magical and Muggle child protection services, rose to present the opening statement that would frame the entire inquiry. Her presence in the Wizengamot represented a fundamental shift in how the magical world approached child welfare, acknowledging that expertise and moral authority could exist outside their insular community. Members of the Wizengamot, over the past months, extensive investigation has revealed a pattern of institutional failure that allowed a vulnerable child to suffer severe abuse and neglect for nearly a decade, while those responsible for his welfare failed to provide even the most basic oversight or protection. She gestured toward a table laden with documentation, photographs, and testimony that painted a devastating picture of systematic failure. The evidence will show that Harry Potter was placed with relatives who had no desire to care for him, no understanding of his special needs, and no qualifications to serve as guardians for any child, let alone one who had survived trauma and possessed unusual abilities that required careful management. Sarah's voice remained professionally steady, but Harry could see the controlled anger that drove her methodical demolition of the decisions that had shaped his early life. Furthermore, the evidence will demonstrate that this placement was made without proper evaluation of the caregivers, without ongoing monitoring of the child's welfare, and without any meaningful attempt to ensure that his basic needs for safety, nutrition, housing, education, and emotional support were being met. Dumbledore sat in the defendant's chair with uncharacteristic stillness, his usual animated demeanor replaced by quiet resignation. The past months had aged him visibly, as the full scope of his failure had become impossible to deny or rationalize. Professor McGonagall, called as the first witness, approached the testimony stand with evident reluctance. Her loyalty to Dumbledore was well known, but her professional integrity and growing understanding of child welfare principles had placed her in an impossible position. "Professor McGonagall," Sarah began gently, "you were present when the decision was made to place infant Harry Potter with the Dursley family. Can you describe your observations and concerns from that time?" McGonagall's voice was steady, but strained as she began her testimony. "I expressed serious reservations about the Dursley family from the moment I observed them. I spent an entire day watching the household and found them to be cruel, materialistic, and hostile toward anything they perceived as different or abnormal." "What specific observations led you to this conclusion?" "I witnessed Vernon Dursley striking his own son for minor misbehavior, heard Petunia Dursley speaking about her deceased sister with venomous hatred, and observed a general atmosphere of emotional coldness and rigid conformity that I believed would be harmful to any child, particularly one with Harry's unique needs and traumatic history." "Did you communicate these concerns to Professor Dumbledore?" McGonagall's pause was barely perceptible, but it spoke volumes about the internal struggle she was experiencing. "Yes, I did. I told him directly that the Dursleys were the worst sort of Muggles imaginable, and that placing Harry with them would be a terrible mistake." "How did Professor Dumbledore respond to your concerns?" "He dismissed them. He said that Harry would be better off growing up away from fame and adulation, that living with relatives would provide him with normal experiences, and that the protection afforded by blood relationships outweighed other considerations." The testimony continued for another hour, as McGonagall detailed her growing concerns over the years, her unsuccessful attempts to check on Harry's welfare, and her increasing horror as she learned the full extent of the abuse he had endured. Her words painted a picture of an institutional culture that prioritized abstract principles over concrete child welfare, where the concerns of those closest to the situation were ignored in favor of theoretical greater goods. When Augusta Longbottom was called to testify, her righteous fury was immediately apparent. The formidable grandmother had become one of the most vocal advocates for magical child welfare reform, after learning that her own grandson had suffered years of emotional abuse that could have been prevented with proper oversight. "Madam Longbottom," Sarah inquired, "you have experience with magical guardianship decisions and their consequences. Can you share your observations about the system that failed Harry Potter?" Augusta's response was delivered with the force of a woman who had spent months researching institutional failures and finding them endemic rather than exceptional. "The magical world's approach to child placement has been criminally negligent for decades. We place children based on blood relationships and political convenience rather than their actual welfare. We provide no training for guardians, no ongoing support for families in crisis, and no meaningful oversight to ensure children are safe and thriving." She turned to address Dumbledore directly, her voice sharp with accusation. "Albus, you placed Harry Potter with people who hated him, and then spent 11 years congratulating yourself on your wisdom, while that child suffered in ways that would have been immediately apparent to anyone who bothered to look. Can you provide specific examples of systemic failures you've observed?" Augusta consulted her notes with the precision of someone who had come prepared for battle. "In the past 6 months alone, we've identified 47 cases of magical children suffering abuse or neglect in placements that were never properly evaluated or monitored. Children placed with relatives who saw them as burdens, with guardians who viewed magical abilities as shameful secrets to be suppressed, with families who provided physical care but no emotional support or educational guidance." The litany of institutional failures continued as Augusta detailed case after case of children whose welfare had been sacrificed to convenience, tradition, and the assumption that blood relationships automatically conferred caring and competence. When Harry was finally called to testify, the ancient chamber fell into absolute silence. The boy, who had been the subject of so much speculation and debate, walked to the witness stand with quiet confidence, his family's presence providing visible support as he prepared to speak truth to the most powerful magical authority in Britain. "Harry," Sarah began gently, "can you tell the Wizengamot about your living conditions at the Dursley home?" Harry's testimony was matter-of-fact and devastating in its simplicity. He described the cupboard under the stairs without melodrama, explained the food deprivation without self-pity, and detailed the physical and emotional abuse with the clarity of someone who had spent years processing trauma with professional help and family support. The impact on the assembled wizards and witches was profound. Many had heard rumors and read newspaper accounts, but hearing the systematic cruelty described in Harry's own calm voice made the reality impossible to dismiss or minimize. "Harry, were you ever visited by anyone from the magical world during your time with the Dursleys?" "No," Harry replied simply. "Professor Dumbledore never checked on me. No one from the ministry ever came to see how I was doing. Mrs. Figg lived nearby, and I think she might have been watching me for someone. But she never offered help or tried to intervene when things were bad. If someone from the magical world had visited and seen your living conditions, what do you think would have happened?" Harry considered the question carefully before answering. "I think they would have removed me immediately if they cared more about my welfare than about whatever plan Professor Dumbledore thought was more important than my safety." The response cut through the chamber like a blade, exposing the fundamental choice that had been made to sacrifice his well-being for abstract considerations that had never been adequately explained or justified. When Dumbledore finally took the stand in his own defense, his usual commanding presence seemed diminished by the weight of testimony that had preceded him. The man who had once seemed larger than life now appeared frail and uncertain as he faced the consequences of decisions made 11 years earlier. "Professor Dumbledore," Sarah began without preamble, "can you explain your reasoning for placing Harry Potter with the Dursley family, despite Professor McGonagall's explicit warnings about their unsuitability as guardians?" Dumbledore's voice was quiet but steady as he began his explanation. "I believed that Harry would be safer with blood relatives who could provide him with magical protection through ancient enchantments that required family bonds to function properly. Were you aware that these supposed magical protections would not shield Harry from abuse, neglect, and emotional trauma inflicted by the very people meant to protect him?" The question struck at the heart of Dumbledore's rationalization, exposing the fundamental flaw in prioritizing magical safety over emotional and physical welfare. "I believed that any temporary hardships Harry might experience would be outweighed by the protection from external magical threats that the blood wards provided." "Temporary hardships?" Sarah's voice sharpened with controlled indignation. "Professor Dumbledore, Harry Potter spent 9 years sleeping in a cupboard, being systematically starved, physically abused, and emotionally tormented. In what sense were these temporary hardships, rather than ongoing trauma, that could have been prevented with proper oversight?" Dumbledore's silence stretched across the chamber as he struggled to find words that could justify the unjustifiable. "Did you ever personally visit Harry during his time with the Dursleys to verify that he was safe and well cared for?" "No," Dumbledore admitted quietly. "Did you arrange for anyone else to conduct such visits and report back to you on Harry's welfare?" "I had informal arrangements for monitoring his general safety." Sarah gestured toward the documentation that detailed Harry's condition when he was removed from the Dursley home. "Professor Dumbledore, if these informal arrangements were providing accurate information about Harry's welfare, how do you explain the fact that he was severely undernourished, showing signs of chronic stress and trauma, sleeping in inadequate conditions, and displaying behavioral indicators of long-term abuse when he was finally rescued by Muggle authorities?" The question hung in the air unanswered, as Dumbledore faced the reality that his monitoring systems had failed completely to protect the child he claimed to care about. The testimony continued for hours as witness after witness detailed the systematic failures that had allowed Harry's abuse to continue undetected and unaddressed. Magical social workers described the complete absence of child protection protocols in the wizarding world. Healers testified about the medical neglect that Harry had suffered. Educators spoke about the obvious signs of trauma and deprivation that had been ignored by everyone in the magical community who might have intervened. Vernon and Petunia Dursley were brought from Azkaban prison, where they were serving sentences for child abuse. Their appearance before the Wizengamot serving as stark proof that the Muggle legal system had held them accountable for crimes that the magical world had enabled through willful blindness. When the evidence phase concluded and Chief Warlock Bones called for closing arguments, the magnitude of institutional failure was impossible to deny. Sarah Mitchell's summary was comprehensive and devastating in its methodical documentation of how every system meant to protect Harry had failed him completely. Members of the Wizengamot, she concluded, this case represents more than the failure of one man's judgment. It represents the failure of an entire system that prioritized abstract, magical concerns over the concrete welfare of a vulnerable child. Harry Henderson survived and thrived, not because of magical intervention, but because Muggle institutions finally provided him with the protection and care that should have been his birthright from the beginning. When the Wizengamot retired to deliberate, Harry found himself surrounded by supporters who had gathered to witness this historic reckoning. Mrs. Henley had travelled from Surrey to observe the proceedings, her presence serving as a reminder that sometimes the most powerful magic was simply the decision to care about a child's welfare. The deliberations lasted only 2 hours before Chief Warlock Bones announced that the court was ready to deliver its verdict. After careful consideration of all evidence presented, this court finds that Albus Dumbledore's decisions regarding the placement and oversight of Harry Potter constituted gross negligence in the execution of his duties as a guardian authority within the magical community. The formal language could not disguise the historic nature of the moment. For the first time in living memory, the wizarding world's most powerful institutions were being held accountable for their treatment of children. Therefore, Bones continued, Albus Dumbledore is hereby stripped of his positions as Chief Warlock of the Wizengamot and Supreme Mugwump of the International Confederation of Wizards. He will retain his position as Headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry under probationary status, subject to oversight by a newly established Board of Child Welfare that will monitor all decisions affecting student safety and welfare. The punishment was significant, but not career-ending, reflecting both the gravity of Dumbledore's failures and the recognition that his expertise in education could still serve the magical community under proper oversight. Furthermore, the court orders the immediate establishment of a Department of Magical Child Welfare within the Ministry of Magic, with Sarah Mitchell appointed as its first director. This department will be responsible for developing and implementing child protection protocols that meet both magical and Muggle standards for child welfare. The announcement triggered a wave of applause from the gallery, where advocates and families affected by institutional failures had gathered to witness this historic moment of accountability. As the formal proceedings concluded and the chamber began to empty, Harry found himself face to face with Dumbledore for the first time since the trial began. The former Chief Warlock looked older and more fragile than Harry remembered, his legendary authority stripped away to reveal a man grappling with the consequences of his choices. "Harry," Dumbledore said quietly, "I hope you can understand that everything I did was motivated by my desire to protect you from greater dangers." "Professor," Harry replied with the wisdom that came from 2 years of therapy and unconditional family support, "I understand that you thought you were protecting me. But protection that requires a child to suffer abuse and neglect isn't really protection at all. It's just a different kind of harm dressed up as caring." The simple truth of the statement left Dumbledore without response. He nodded slowly and walked away, his robe seeming to hang more loosely on his diminished frame. As Harry left the Wizengamot chamber, surrounded by his family and supporters, he reflected on how far he had travelled from the frightened boy who had once been too terrified to tell anyone about his living conditions. The magical world was beginning to change, slowly and sometimes reluctantly, but with an inevitability that came from truth, spoken with courage and supported by love. The boy who lived had become Harry Henderson, and Harry Henderson had just completed the transformation of an entire society's approach to protecting its most vulnerable members. The magic that had accomplished this miracle was not the kind taught in schools or written in ancient texts. It was the magic of refusing to accept that children should suffer in silence for the convenience of adults who claimed to know better. Outside the ministry building, the November air was crisp with the promise of winter, but Harry felt warmed by more than just his properly fitting coat. The legal battle was over, but more importantly, other children would now receive the protection and advocacy that had come too late for his own childhood. For the first time in his 11 years, the wizarding world had been forced to acknowledge that fame and prophecy meant nothing compared to a child's right to safety and love. It was, Harry thought, as Maggie ruffled his hair and David asked about homework, exactly the kind of magic that mattered most.